everyone doing today? It's about time we knock out this chapter. It's about time we knock out this chapter, man. Hopefully you guys are having a good morning. A good afternoon. Hey. It's still 7 a.m. over here. Yeah, it's early morning. I was literally staring at the clock as I was thinking about getting up to do this. All right, let's get this party started. Let's full screen this. And turn on the sound.
Arknights.
Oh man, we're finally here. We're gonna be doing the last section of this.
The more enchanting the views get.
6 years of
Once you
discovery
make
and
it through
aspiration.
every layer of danger, to finally stand in the eye of a catastrophe, you're a part of the scenery yourself. In the end,
Yeah, that's right. I haven't pulled
where
yet.
will you lead Rhodes Island, Doctor? I'm still dying to see.
500. I haven't pulled yet, so we can do that here.
Savage from Rim Billiton, reporting for duty.
All right. We can start this off with trying to get our brand new ops. It's a good way to start the stream, right? Good luck. Hey, I'm hoping I won't need luck. We'll see how this goes. Thank you, Jacko. Thank you, Baku. Oh. Well, hopefully you're satisfied that you still got a Hoshi. So, all right, we're gonna start off by doing the free roll. All right, then we're gonna go into our singles if we have any. I don't remember. I should have some. Nope.
Cicero, medic, reporting in with a little reminder for the doctor.
No, that wasn't a good start. Okay, we got 15, okay? So we can actually use those as 10s. We can get 110, and then we can do the singles of 5. Actually, let's go ahead and knock out the 5. Let's knock out the 5.
Hi, I'm Spot from Operation Reserve.
Remove Spot from the pool. We don't need Spot in there anymore. I want both. Will this be one of the two? Oh, I forgot about her.
Come to the Lucky Star.
Oh, she's a 6-star too. Okay, never mind.
Codename Erin. Official.
But we still got a character that I wanted.
Hope car from Operation Reserve Team Ace.
All right. Let's hope for the best now. All right. We're gonna start off with the 10, the free 10 that they gave us. Hopefully this will be a nice start to our pools. It ain't. It's a horrible start to our pools. Absolutely horrible. How are you gonna give me a free 10 and make that a blue? I miscounted. I still got one. Okay, that's 2 10s and got a blue. Oh no, chat. Oh no.
Kichise the Unerring, reporting in. Come to the Lucky Star in Mizuku.
Okay. I'm having a feeling I should stop now. If I would have listened to myself, I wouldn't see this. If I would have listened, I wouldn't see this. Please. Oshiguma. You know? I want the healer too. You know, we can take either or, but Oshiguma's the hard one to get. All right? We want Hoshi.
I am Ansel, a medical intern. I'll be assisting with surgery and internal medicine, among other things. I look forward.
Reserve Op Team A6 Catapult reporting in. Hey.
Pleased to meet you, Doctor. This is for you. It's a specimen.
Should be the next one, right?
Trainee operator from...
You and I have probably crossed paths before, Doctor. But we finally found time for a formal one.
Hello! I've never been in such a big mobile... Hope car from
Damn rat.
Operation Reserve Team A6.
Following the guidance of the Arcana, Cutter. Just an ordinary mercenary. I have neuropathy, so I'm looking
Okay,
to trade this
Hoshi.
stress for treatment.
Hoshi.
Hope this blade's good enough to
Hoshi.
get things done for you.
Chen, reporting back in from my holiday in Dosseles. I
How?
have a lot of reports to write about my trip, so I'm just passing by to say hello, Doctor. Let me know if you've got something.
Oh no, today's a horrible day. Oh, today's a horrible day. I'm not getting these characters. 2 Myrtles? Yeah, I ain't getting these characters. That was a rest in peace the moment Myrtle popped up on my screen. Oh no.
This is Intern Hibiscus. From now on...
Oh no. I'm starting to notice every single time the characters I actually want come up, I don't have enough to get them. the last. I'm swiping or saving it for infield. Oh no. With this luck today, I'm saving it for infield. I want Hoshi so bad. I might end up spending for Hoshi. Should have known that wouldn't have been worth it, and I still tried it. I want Hoshi so bad, dude. Just started the stream? Yeah, I just started. Buy a pack? Yeah, I could. But it's like... I shouldn't be spending it all. Like, infield is right around the corner. And I got 14 days. Already dropped hundreds and got no Haruka. And that is my cue. Didn't I do this already for the week? Yes, I did. There's a part of me that wants to do it, man. But I definitely shouldn't. I definitely shouldn't. I definitely shouldn't. Do I have enough yellow certs? I just used them. And I already used yeah, I don't have any. Yeah, I already picked up all my yellow certs and I was saving them. So don't worry, I got a whole week. I'm a chill until infield drops. I'm gonna get all the characters that I want in infield, and I'm gonna come back to this and hopefully get Hoshi. That tin pool was evil. I know, right? It gave me 2 blues. 2 blues. I'll do the annihilation maps later. Like, this stream is for a story, so I don't want to sit here trying to figure out the 300 enemy annihilation maps. Wait, just 2 blues? Yo. All of my free 10s, they were blues. So the free 10 they gave you for the new event, and the free 10 that I got from my yellows, 2 blues. Yeah, it said today ain't your day, buddy. And I said, okay, I accept that. I accept that. All right, so we last left off right here. And just for those who don't know what's going on, both Ebenholtz and Cryday just figured out that they need to not participate in the final concert because of, what was it called? The voice of Monday. Yeah, the voice of Monday is amplifying this is amplifying and mundane, sorry, mundane. The voice of mundane is amplifying this damaged leakage of arts on Criday's side, and Eben Holtz is amplifying that, which is doing harm to the people in town, making them feel like they're okay, but they're actually being harmed more simply because they think that they're okay, but really their sickness is getting worse. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. I like this Monday. You wanna know why? Because I'm off work this Monday. I'm okay with that. You know, this Monday's fine. All right, so yeah, we're gonna continue where we left off, and yeah, let's see what happens next. Where are my glasses? Rare Good Monday? Yeah. Rare Good Monday. I don't have to deal with another Monday before Infield comes out. And then I only work 2 days this week because I took Thursday and Friday off for Infield. So we're eating good this week. We're eating real good. I only work 2 days this week. Yeah. Yeah, we gaming. Oh, that's right. F11. Back. Story. Before. How do you feel? All better now, right? I'm fine. I'm totally fine. I'm sure of it. Both of us are. I'm going out for a bit, so stay put here. You're going out again the moment you feel better? I've got work to do. That's fine and all, but shouldn't you at least wait until you recovered? Don't worry about me. Hibiscus said the same thing. After you wake up, it'd be best to keep resting for a while and monitoring your condition. It's an emergency, one that can't wait, all right? What's up, Blaze? How you doing? But there's not a whole lot of time left until the concert. I think the most important thing to do until then is to make sure you're healthy and well practiced. I'm sure that's what you want too. Can you stop pestering me with that right now? Pestering? That's not what I meant. But I have to go, so don't get in my way. I'll be back as soon as I can. And you really can't tell me what you're going to do? If everything goes well, you'll know soon enough. Oh, right, your suit. What about it? I made an appointment to pick it up this afternoon. But I won't be able to go with you. You should go get it yourself. He's avoiding him. He's avoiding him to make sure that that the effects of this aren't spreading. Yeah. He knows a lot more about what's going on than he does. And that's kind of sad. Remember to bring your cello with you and play your little passage as you're trying it on. Make sure there aren't any areas that you feel uncomfortable. I'll be back. You again. Yes, it's me. Yeah, he's one of the people feeling the effects. Remember he's been saying he's been feeling fine lately? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm here to ask you to put this concert on hold, or at least don't let Eben Holtz and Cryday play together. What did you say? Something terrible is going to happen in the afterglow if those two play together. So, if what you're saying is true, my recent improvement was due to this so-called false recovery caused by Eben Holtz and Cryday. And as soon as this phase is over, I'll become critically ill and my life will be in danger. That's right. You've been around them a lot, so the symptoms will also be a lot more pronounced. Others who've... Jeez, this is exactly why I got the freaking... Others who've had less contact with them are also affected. And if I let the two of them play together, there's a high possibility that people will die. Correct. Wait. I read that as if it was from Hibiscus. Others who've had less contact with them are also affected. And if I let the two of them play together, there's a high possibility that people will die? Question mark. Not period. Correct. Even though I don't know the exact reason, having them play together seems to amplify the effect they have on their surroundings. How likely are we talking about here? I can't say for sure right now. Other than me, who else is in life-threatening danger? Over a dozen people from the Afterglow have already been hospitalized in Cliffy Patio. The Cliffy Patio? In other words, they've already left Ebenholz and Cryda's effective range. That should be the case. Then I have a clear picture of the situation. Your answer is no. What? I'm not asking you to cancel the whole concert. Can you just cut Ebenholz and Cryda's part? Or even have someone else perform the duet? If you can prove that their duet will cause harm to people other than me, then I'll cancel the concert right away. But it seems that's not the case. Even you have no idea what would happen if they played together. I can't simply throw away the efforts and aspirations of everyone in the Afterglow over these illusory concerns. The efforts and aspirations? I understand how much this concert means to you, but you don't understand anything. If you truly understood, you wouldn't throw around the word "but" so lightly. Unfortunately, I cannot change the concert schedule due to your word alone. Mr. Cerny, please give me a straight answer. What makes this concert more important than the lives of the infected? What are you talking about? Are you suggesting that I'm disregarding people's lives? I'm just saying... Hibisky. Miss Ursula. Come take a little stroll, won't you? But come now. Let's head out and calm down first. We can talk about this later, okay? If everything Gertrude said is true, then Cryday won't survive this. I really hope that doesn't end up being the way that this ends. No, there must be some way. Some way to come out ahead on both fronts. Cerny must know something. No, he's just a musician. He won't be able to help. Should I tell Cryday the truth? But what good would that do? Rhodes Island. Someone like Hibisky is only going to send me back to my cell in Urtica. The Empress's voice. Yeah, he's prancing around. What am I even thinking? Is this a suicide mission? All the people around here. No, I've been going in circles. I'm standing out too much. I need to go somewhere less crowded. Cerny, the type of guy to bash my head in if I played TikTok music. I'm doing all right, trying to get back into this game because I want to be better at strategy games like this because I'm stuck on chapter 2 of the main story. I started playing this game for 2 reasons. One, the community kind of told me that I'd enjoy the story, which I am. And two, my reading out loud sucks. I started doing this with Honkai Impact 3rd. It helps when I do this because it helps me improve my reading when I'm speaking out loud. Of course, I can read it in my head all day and get through probably all this, probably less than an hour. But this actually helps me because I wasn't one that read books a lot when I was younger. So I really enjoy this from both fronts. So that's why I started doing this. The strategy part, that became a bonus because the strategy aspect of this game ended up becoming really freaking fun. Really fun. Like there's streams where I would literally sit here for 8 hours just trying to solve that one piece of the puzzle, figure out how I'm going to beat this boss. Like it's so much fun. So if you continue on, I think you'll enjoy it. You'll slowly get better with strategy games. I get the feeling Chaotik would really love reading the story in Limbus Company. I probably would, but I literally just moved over to this channel just to play this and Infield, as well as other Griffline games. Maybe if I was still doing stuff on the other channel, then we could consider that. But yeah, I don't want to put too much on my plate. I want to focus on Arknights. Huh? Have I seen that man before? Yes. You've seen both of them, actually. They're working together to spread rumors about Hibiscus and play against you and Cryday. They're against all of you. Be careful. Definitely the crowd. Right, the rumor. There was that rumor. I've got to get to the bottom of this rumor. Who knows? There might even be some clues, or the person spreading the rumor might know something. But it's all up to me at this point. You sure? This is the best opportunity we're going to get. The longer things drag on, the less time we have. It'll only make things harder. All right, hurry it up then. I'll go report to the higher-ups. I'm counting on you, Herr Lachman. This work sure is demanding, physically and emotionally. It's hard enough spreading the rumors. Now I even have to go there. There? The sewers? He's heading to the sewers. But rather than I have to follow him down there, time to act. Hey. You're a different person now, Eben Holtz. You're doing this for everyone's safety. You're a different person now. Hold it right there. Who are you? Don't turn around. Tell me who sent you to spread the rumors in the afterglow. You got the wrong idea. I just happened to overhear. I've been following you this whole time, Herr Lachman. And I connected the dots just now. You were the one fanning the flames before, spreading rumors to have that mob accost Hibiscus. You've got a pretty good memory. Speak. Who sent you here? What were you planning to do in the sewers? What wonderful timing. It's her name starts with a G. Gertrude? Yeah, I think that's her name. What wonderful timing. I'm also quite curious on what Herr Lachman planned to do in the sewers. Don't turn around or else. Oh. What do you think will happen? Who are you? Of course he runs away. I told you not to turn around. You let the mark get away. I said, who the hell are you? Easy now, my dear. Graf, settle down. My official identity can be a bit messy to explain, so just treat me as a spy. I'm called Beagler. You. Why'd you have to jump out this exact moment? That man escaped because of you. Considering he ended up down in the sewers, it'll take him a long time to find another exit. Besides, you stopped him before he went into the sewer. Who knows, maybe the two of you saw Maybe the two of you saw that you were in a disadvantageous position and tried to put on a little show to try and fool me. You seriously think we're in cahoots, he and I? Or are you trying to tell me that someone coerced you into going to see Gertrude? Is he aware? Yes, he is. He is aware. Oh no, he isn't aware that Gertrude's the one that sent him for that. But he knows Gertrude is aware of what's going on. He just hasn't connected those two dots just yet. Okay, spare me the bad jokes. You're worth much more than he is, Graf Urtica. You can't stop me. When it comes to combat ability, it is true that I can't stop you, but think carefully. This is a job straight from their majesties. Take a look. I've dealt with these things since I was 6. I personally don't mind your snark, but you'd best show some self-restraint when it comes to their majesty's affairs. Restraint. When you, a lowly spy, figure out that you've got the wrong person, you're going to be the one begging for forgiveness. You don't seem to understand the situation you're in, my good Graf Urtica. But enough of that. Don't try and stall for time here. Come with me. Where to? To where you belong. Don't worry, we prepared detention facilities for suspects from all walks of life. I assure you, you'll enjoy the finest treatment. Let me tell you something, Beegler. Ready to beg for mercy? Or is it a bribe? In case of the latter, I'd be more than glad to oblige. I doubt a little bit of money is enough for you to let me go. Why do I get the impression that you'd take me away regardless, even after you pocketed the money? Clever boy. I find you rather easy to get along with, Beegler. You remind me of the Urtica I know so well, where most of the people are just as upstanding as you. I'm honored to hear that. But what I really want to know is what that man is doing in the sewers. But you were the one who stopped him right under my nose. Well, this is a bit embarrassing to say, but I wanted to resolve things up here. One of my agents like to tell stories that would make you want to hurl. Of the ones that instantly killed your appetite for the day, the worst all came from the sewers. The worst of all came from the sewers. That's a mistake. If your stomach is upset, perhaps we should go for a cup of coffee to smooth things over. I'd love to, but I'd much rather find out what he's doing down there. I might as well go after him. And this is all your fault, Beegler. As long as you let me head down, you can keep pointing your wand at me. I won't try to run. I'll warn you in advance. There'll be consequences for running away from me without authorization, regardless of the reason. What kind? Will you put me down? You'd at least be stripped of your status. Even if you're proven innocent in the future, you'll never be able to step into the spire of Urtica ever again. Don't threaten me with a good time. I might even be more inclined to try running now. In any case, since you insist on heading down there, after you, Graf Urtica, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. Hibiscus, this isn't a lecture, but you can't speak to my heir like that. I forgot. That's basically my. But Mr. Sherney there's lots of things he can't say. Even this old lady to say them. Please come in. Do you know how the Afterglow got its name? I don't. My heir once said, it is precisely because night falls that the afterglow is even more precious. If the long veil of night were to never lift, oh my god, I'm struggling with the word never. If the long veil of night were to never lift, what could be more dazzling than and awe-inspiring than the warm afterglow? It's a wonderful saying, but Oh, the two of you are after Fra Ursula and Hibiscus. What? Oh, the two of you over there are. I read that wrong. Okay. I missed the word are. Well, the two of you over there are Fra Ursula and Hibiscus. Come, come. If you want to chat, do it over here. Isn't this the guy with the sauerkraut? Why the long face, Hibiscus? Did something happen? If you're worried that my food isn't healthy enough, I also have sparkling water here. Come, come. Let's oblige him this time. Fra Ursula. What's wrong with Hibiscus? Did she get into an argument? No, none of that. Enough random guessing. I was telling Hibiscus about the story of the Afterglow. The Afterglow's history? Now that's something I couldn't be more familiar with. Not bragging either. But I bet I know even more than Fra Ursula here. The Afterglow didn't used to be a residential area for the infected. It was one of the Visum's industrial plates. Don't underestimate me just because I'm setting up shop over here. But back in the day, I was in charge of feeding hundreds of associates. Ah, he was big time in the food industry, huh? Industry. Could it be that this place was turned into an infected residential area because of the spread of erypathy due to industrial waste? Industrialization did bring a lot of infected here, but back in Lithinian's old days, there was no such thing as a ghetto for the infected. I won't keep rambling on. One year, Visum constructed a magnificent concert hall that shocked the world with but a single order from him, His Majesty, known as our Afterglow Hall. Back then, that's not what this concert hall was called. His Majesty? Which one are you referring to? Oh dear, Hibiscus, let's not worry about the details, alright? Was Sherney a noble at one time? Let's not worry about the details. If it's His Majesty, I get it. Oh, that's right. His name can't be said. That's right. You're not just supposed to casually say his name in the Afterglow. When the concert hall was completed, he still reigned, and nobody dared to say anything. But he left us just as quickly, and Graf Strollo, who took over Visum, hated this concert hall. Maybe hate isn't the right word, but rather was too quickly to show loyalty. Shh, no random guessing. A few years later, the powers issued an order to supposedly improve the treatment of the infected. The Graf at that time took the opportunity to lump the concert hall together with the industrial plate and turned it into the infected ghetto. Sounds about right. I don't remember any mention. I think I figured it out. I think it's the old trying to think, not lineage, old guy in charge. I don't know what to really call him. Yeah, the Mad King, the one that people don't really like talking about, because when you talk about them, they pretty much go shit for brains and start attacking you like they did with Hibiscus. I looked all over, and before that, there was no such things as infected quarters anywhere in Lithinian. The Count, the Graf, His Majesty, that's what I should have said. His Majesty. The Count, the Graf at that time. Wasn't that the very same Dame Gertrude? It was either her father or her oldest brother. I can't really remember, but it wasn't actually her. So the Graf at the time designated this area for the infected. He didn't care whether the people in it lived or died. He even had all the industrial facilities torn down. Obviously, to have us fend for ourselves. So among the nobles, this place became known as the Afterglow, and the concert hall also became the Afterglow Hall. The name Afterglow represented the idea that we wouldn't last long. Oh. Just like the last rays of light in the evening. Holy shit. That's just simply cruel and unusual. Yeah. It was pretty over the top. But for the Afterglow at the time, the word was a perfect fit. Everyone fought desperately to survive, to let the lingering rays of sunlight on the horizon struggle for just a bit longer. We set up stalls, we ran errands, some of us even turned into hired thugs for rich people in the other plates. Those were some chaotic years. Later on, Hersherney stepped forward. This may be what I was starting to feel earlier, that he was in some sort of leadership or something before. Stepped forward. He started out as a nobody. He had written a few pieces, but since he wasn't infected, everything was published anonymously. His works were magnificent. He even started attracting attention from the fancy folk atop spires. But once they saw that Hersherney was from the Afterglow, they quickly turned away and left. That was until he wrote Morgen und Abend. See, I remembered the und this time. I remembered. Morning and evening. Ursula would be more qualified to speak about Morgen und Abend than me, so I'll turn the floor to her. Miss Ursula? Oh, it was actually quite simple. The one who taught piano to my heir had a daughter, and she was good friends with him. I think Cerny was a famous musician in Lithuania, where they cherished art much. But then guess when he got infected, they all turned their backs on him, but kept his music, etc. Anyway, that sounds about right. That's how they treat the infected here. They'll take like everything that made you famous or well known, but they don't want you, the infected, there anymore. That sounds about right. From either people's fear or hatred, or both, of the infected. That makes a lot of sense. The two were on very good terms, and they were just about as good as each other. They were awfully competitive, always trying to one-up one another. Sadly, the girl passed away when my heir was 20 years old. Losing her was a huge blow to him. Day in and day out, he spoke hardly a word. He grew thinner and thinner by the day, until finally, he showed a stack of sheet music, told me that it's his newest composition, and that he wasn't going to publish anonymously this time. Grafen, I know I said that wrong, but I'm not going to try. She was the very same dame you mentioned. Still don't know why, but Grafen sought out my heir. She became his sponsor, and also went along with his ideas. She gave him her full backing, finally letting Morgen und Abend carry the Cerny name? Is that what this means? Carry the Cerny and spread it all out, all throughout the Afterglow. I think it means the Cerny name here. Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. I can't imagine that, but I'm starting to understand a bit of what Mr. Cerny Minton is saying. He was renowned, but he published music anonymously until Morgen und Abend. Yeah. Morgen und Abend was so popular and beloved, the folk in the spires couldn't turn a blind eye anymore. Yeah, some of these are actually mistakes. The folk in the spires couldn't blind eye anymore. That's actually a mistake. They had no choice. They had to acknowledge my heir's talent. So then Mr. Cerny began to cultivate people in the Afterglow who had musical talent. That's right. Seeing as how we are in Lithuania, the one thing we aren't short on is musicians. I may not have any talent, but even I... Oh, stop it. You're just being humble. A few years ago, you were still playing the accordion. while yodeling about your pickled cabbage. Back in my factory days, I had to gather everyone up for lunch. Way easier using an accordion than to shout. Anyway, once music became a part of the afterglow, our worst days finally passed. Composing, performing, teaching, making instruments, plenty of folk published their compositions anonymously, and most performers can't leave the afterglow. But still, the money it brought in gave the afterglow a foot in the door. But before long, my heir got into some big fight with the Graffin. When they say the Graffin, they're talking about Gertrude, right? Like this whole time, whenever they said, so yeah, because she did give him backing. Yeah, because she gave him backing, and that's why they're working together now. A big fight. Looked like a clash of ideas. Not that I understand such things. The Graffin stayed the heir's patron, but the two have hardly made contact since. Oh, female count. Okay. And Dante, what's wrong? Cried his grandfather. He's gone missing? I'll head back right away. Excuse me. Yeah, shit's about to hit the fan now. This is the time in the story where shit starts to hit the fan. Thank you very much. See you. Goodbye. Hope to see you again. If anything doesn't fit quite right, bring it back and I'll fix it for you. I'm telling you, Speedy, I am not going to remember that. I'm just not. I'm not going to remember that. You can kind of guess from the previous dialogue why they disagree. Yeah. I think the argument was about the way things look, right? Or is there something else that I'm missing? No. Their previous dialogue was about she cared about the way things look. He cared about the actual musicians. And she didn't care about the musicians. Yeah, it was all about appearances for her. And then what's going on with Ebenholtz as well. She wants to try and amplify this thing that's going on between Ebenholtz and Kryde to get the voice of Mundane out of, yeah. So that's a whole different thing. But Sherney's not aware of that, I don't think. So that has nothing to do with it. I'm pretty sure. It's already so late. Ebenholtz should be back by now, right? What's that noise? What is that? Oh my god, I gotta take this off my head. An originium slug? I find it funny. I pushed this stream to the weekend to make sure Baki would be here. And I haven't seen him say a word. Hold on, chat. Give me like a quick moment. Oh, I'm in the wrong server. Holy shit. I'm wondering why I can't tag Baki. There we go. Shut up. Two men strike forward in the wide, dark sewers. The sound of water is loud and grating, even more sinister than unbroken silence. We're back on Ebenhold's side. Hold on a minute. Make a right here. You sure know this place well. Of course I do. Something every spy should know? The first thing every spy should know. Then I'm sure you've already been working in the Afterglow for years. Trying to get on my good side? Just curious. You're not privy to that information. Disappointing. Why'd you stop moving? There's something over there. That's the oldest trick in the book. Don't even bother. No, I'm serious. Look over there. Something's moving. Beegler presses the weapon in his hand against Graf Urtika's heart from behind. His eyes then following the direction of the Graf's fingers. That's just an Iridium slug. You've never seen one of those before? Is it really just an Iridium slug? The high and mighty Graf Urtika was so scared by an Iridium slug that he couldn't even walk. Now I've seen everything. I still think there's something not quite right. Stop being stupid and get a move on. Fine. Wait, just a second. Isn't that an awful lot of slugs? That's way too many. This is going to be a major problem. Run, now. Why are you... It's about to be too late already. Hurry up. Beegler grasps Ebenhold's wrists tightly, and the two of them sprint throughout the sewers. Okay, I might need some more information on why this is a problem. You have a map of the sewers inside your head? If you have enough time to quip at me, you're better off spinning it to catch your breath. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. Every branch we take looks the same to me. Rest it up. Then keep running. Hurry. I can't keep going. That's fine. We just happened to find who we were looking for. Good evening, Herr Lockman. Good evening, Shopkeep. Shopkeep? You don't know a damn thing, but you still have stuck your... Wait! Whoa! Is that the shopkeeper that's always like offering the coffee? You don't know a damn thing, but you still have to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. What a pain you are. Would you agree, Beegler? Yeah, Beegler is a Starbucks agent. But you're the one who's in real trouble. You provoked all the Iridium slugs in this area, and they're swarming towards the surface. As we both know, the Iridium slugs in the sewers emit a noxious gas. And what you're doing is tantamount to a chemical attack on the infected in the Afterglow. Okay, that's crazy. A chemical attack? But aren't we fine right now? The gas has a much stronger effect on the infected than it does on you, Graf Urtika. Then Sherney and Hibiscus and Cryday too. Good, you already understand the situation. Lockman, quell these Iridium slugs and return them to their original state immediately, or I'll excuse my right to put you down on the spot. It's no longer possible. A lone man can start the fire easy enough, but even if you point a knife at his neck, he won't be able to put it out alone. What do you get out of this? What do we get? How do you not even know that much? Not interested in hearing your riddles. Pestilence from Shadow, Wonton Sprouts, Pew, Ruin, and Prelude. Don't know what that means. Do you really need me to explain it word by word? Yes, I do. Let me rephrase. What do you get out of making the prophecy come true? Ah, prophecy. You don't need to worry about that. That's right, put his ass to sleep. What are you trying to do? Silence him? Just knock him out already. My dear, mean-spirited spy. Do you have any way of controlling these slugs? If I did, I wouldn't be wasting my breath on him. Then let's get going before it's too late. Glares sharply. You're more than meets the eye, Graf Urtica. Fine, I'll carry him out. You follow me. Wait, hold up, that's... Ebenhold sees the same thing Beegler sees. Where Lockman had fallen, something slivery is glistening on the sewer wall. It's a keyhole. There might be some kind of device inside controlling the Originium slugs. I'll blow the door open. Let me see if I can pick the lock first. It'd be bad news if you blew up something important. Can you open it? The lock's pretty tough, a pretty tough nut to crack. But it won't get the better of me. While you're working on that, mind telling me what this prophecy is all about? You've never heard of it? Well, whatever. It's spreading around anyway. O'er lofty hills, the fiend steps into the twilight's mist gaze. The blood hides plague within. Slow beckons death to creep all ways. Pestilence from shadow wanton sprouts, spews ruin in prelude. Fades finales ensemble? I think that's ensemble. Woe departs with sun's last rays. Ensemble? Whoa? Right. To be honest, I'm still curious on what the last verse means. Everything else is already fairly clear. No, it's not. I am absolutely stupid. Tell me what this means. The first verse refers to hibiscus arrival in the afterglow. The second refers to a phenomenon of false recovery. You even know about that? What do you think a spy's job is? Now the third verse is also clear. All that remains is the last one. Third verse refers to the Originium slugs. Okay. Yeah, this refers to the Originium slugs creeping up from the shadows. And it's the prelude to actual ruin or actual destruction. This one, I have no idea what it... Yeah. Now that's something. A laboratory? Ah, Lockman means laughing man or guy. HG is definitely, or Hypergriff is definitely a company to do something like that. But it's about timing for them. Ah, it's you. Thank you for organizing. Urshani, the situation outside has gone to hell in a handbasket. Swarms of noxious gas. Swarms of noxious Originium slugs started coming up from the sewers, and a lot of people have already been poisoned. It's total chaos out in the streets now. They're saying this is a part of a prophecy, and panic is spreading through the afterglow. How did all this happen? We can't do much about the people panicking now. But how about those who are poisoned? They're not looking too good, especially those whose neuropathy started getting better recently. Yeah, because it wasn't really getting better. They're having even more violent reactions. We've already contacted the hospital, but the medical staff on the line didn't seem very motivated when they heard we were in the afterglow. I need to slow down. Not motivated? I'll go negotiate with the hospital then. It's too dangerous outside. Better just call. If they don't care when you made the call, if they didn't care when you made the call, it won't make a difference if I'm the one on the line. This is something I'll have to take care of in person. But tomorrow's the day of the concert, and if you get poisoned, if these inexplicable events result in deaths, do you think the people will be in any mood to enjoy the music? even if the concert continues as planned. I don't want things to reach a point. I don't want things to reach that point, nor do I want to pretend as if nothing is happening. I'd rather not play a single note than lie to myself. Why are there so many slugs? It reeks. What is this stench? I'll help you. Let's get out of here. Looks like the prophecy is coming true. If they knew the actual prophecy, okay, so they misunderstood the hibiscus part. That's what it sounds like, now that I understand what's going on. Damn pests, stay away. Cross. Get up. Help us, someone, anyone. Is someone playing the cello? All these slugs are going in the direction of the music. Thank you. Cross, stand up. Here, hold on to my shoulder. Hold on tight. Let's go now. Either that's Shurney or Cryday. Yep. You're welcome. With Cryday at the epicenter, the tones of the cello spread out across the narrow streets and alleys of the afterglow. Wherever the cello's notes travel, the Iridium slugs turn around one after another. Those who had been surrounded think the crisis is over. The poison exhaling insects will soon retreat to the dark sewers under the guidance of the cello's tune. But they are wrong. Both where they can and cannot see, Iridium slugs make their way towards Cryday. There's too many of them. Finally, made it. Now what? Do I just blow all these slugs up with arcs? This is bad. They're both together and they're using their arts, even though Cryday isn't aware of it. Now what? Do I just blow all these slugs up with arcs? Something's not right here. Now what is it, my good spy? The Iridium slugs are all congregating in one place. A cello? Cryday, what are you doing? Stop that right now. Starts coughing. No yelling. It won't do any good and will only mess up your lungs. Help me get through. Okay, they're starting with the actual epic artwork, so something's about to happen. Here we go. I told you, stop shouting. He won't stop playing just because you're shouting. And I won't stand aside just because you aren't. Then let's combine forces and clear a path to Cryday. I don't think so. I'll head in the opposite direction. Are you going back to your coffee shop? Yes. We worked together to create an opening. Now we will part ways. I'm sure you can't wait to head back to your shop and study those torn documents you retrieved from the lab, right? I'm so glad the research notes about the voice of Mundane are so much more interesting than the lives of the infected. Cryday's situation is your own damn fault, so you can solve it yourself. Also, if I find out that even a single word of those notes and plans were written by you, just you wait. Oh, he's suspecting him. I'll be waiting, sure enough. That's the end of our chat. We're going on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Run. Run. I was expecting more from that one. These two. He's not here? Meyer stepped out a while ago. He left. He's off to the hospital just outside the afterglow to talk treatment for the infected who got poisoned. What's this, Meyer? The hospital. I managed to twist the arms of the largest two and got them to sign contracts. But as for the rest, there's no hope. The Rhodes Island signed an agreement with those hospitals. Oh, I didn't notice you were here as well. There's no point. Rhodes Island's contracts are limited to symptoms caused by erypathy itself. They have ample grounds to not treat infected patients who've fallen ill from poisoning. But Maer, you got those 2 hospitals. That should be enough, right? Enough? Of course it's enough. I put every copyright I hold down as collateral. Of course, consortium. What does that mean? Consortium define. Yep, said it right. The right of association and companionship. Oh, that's not the right definition. An association typically of several businesses and companies. Of course, the consortium behind them thinks that it's enough. Don't tell me you transferred all your copyrights over to that consortium. I did. Not just the existing copyrights, I even sold the distribution rights for tomorrow's concert to them. Now I can start from scratch. Yeah, he's getting sicker. Yep, it's because they're not around. Yep. It's only gonna get worse. Honestly, play some of the stages, especially the last one. I'm gonna play the last one because Comey told me that the boss fight is relevant to the story. But the rest of them, I'm just gonna go through the story. Maer. You're awake. Mr. Cherny, you didn't take any precautionary measures when you went out, did you? You're talking about the fumes from those, from the Originium slugs. I didn't waste a single second getting those contracts signed. That's all that mattered to me when I left. Promise me that you'll never be that reckless again. Ever again? Are you saying I still have time left to live? That's why I'm here. You never want to see a doctor until your body gives out on you. Thank you, Hibiscus. I'm just doing my job. That reminds me, why haven't you said anything, Ebenholz? Are you thinking of throwing in the towel out now that the afterglow is too dangerous? I'll tell you straight. Now that we've come this far, the concert must go on. Don't even think about running. Don't even think about running, huh? Do you think he'd accept it now? Give me a moment. Seems like you're not here to tell me about quitting the concert. No, I'm not here to tell you about quitting the concert. Ebenholz, you repeat what others say when you get nervous. I've noticed it from the very beginning. If you have something to say, just spit it out. Character development. He's been paying attention to his mannerisms. He actually cares about Ebenholz now. He actually cares. You can kind of tell. You think there's anything I wouldn't be able to accept in the state I'm in now? Mr. Cherny, here, water. That damn Gertrude. Yeah. Okay. And you, how could you possibly go along with a plan like that? Curse me for thinking you... Whoa. Curse me for thinking you had some creative talent. And this is what you use it for? Some evil plot? No, you're misunderstanding. It wasn't my intention. How could it not be? Haven't you answered to that crazy woman from the very beginning? Cherny, I still remember what you said. Even deeply rooted hatred can still be pure music, as long as it's expressed with the right technique. I did say that, but what comes next? What are you trying to express? See, he even trusts him a little bit. That's definitely character development. He even trusts his word a little bit. To be honest, I'm already starting to find my old way of thinking quite laughable. But what I wish to pursue is nothing more than freedom. Freedom? A longing for freedom, is it? That's right. You've got a long way to go before you can express that in using music. This has long been a deeply rooted experience for me. Otherwise, I would not have come to you. Come now. Yeah, a little bit of respect. A little bit of respect. Where are we going? Where else? The concert hall. Gertrude managed to keep me out of the lounge with her little tricks last time. But we're going to get to the bottom of this. Ah, it was a trick. See, I didn't even pick that up. But your health. Instead of sitting here popping blood vessels over him and that woman, I might as well go see what they're up to. Yeah, so what is she doing in here? Ebenholz, did Gertrude ever tell you if she did anything to the lounge? She didn't say anything. She doesn't have to say anything. You can already tell. Her fingerprints are all over this place. See that speaker right over there? It shows obvious signs of being dismantled. Same goes for the record player over there. She didn't even bother to tighten the screws. Even the screwdriver's been left out in the open. Just the kind of handiwork you'd expect from a noble. Hilarious. Hibiscus, bring that record player over. Let's see what else has been tampered with besides the tone arm. Evil home appliances. See for yourself. Did she just install an amplifier? That's only going to cause interference between the circuits. She already had the stylus removed. This thing's basically just an amplifier now. Same with the speaker. The input circuit was completely removed and replaced with an amplifier. What's she trying to do, putting so many amplifiers in the lounge? Amplify the voice of Mundane to everyone who's there. Yeah. She never mentioned it. Then let's give it a try. Go up on stage and play something. That'd be the fastest way to get our answer. So what's going on between Ebenholz and Cryday was supposed to be amplified throughout the speakers and stuff. Doesn't seem like anything unusual is happening. I can't hear anything out of the ordinary either. It's probably not active. Go over and tell Ebenholz to apply a little bit of arts. Only the simplest kind to disperse drowsiness. Maintained strictly at the lowest level. Yep. Sherney, don't worry about me. Okay, so arts gets amplified, specifically arts. Don't worry about me. I just got some palpitations. I don't know what that means. A sensation that your heart is pounding, racing, fluttering, or skipping beats. Often felt in the chest, throat, neck, and can feel like an abrupt, unpleasant awareness of your own heartbeat. Though usually harmless, they can sometimes signal a more serious condition and warrant a doctor's visit. Yep, that sounds about right. Ebenholz. Stand over there and try using the same arts as before. Remember to mind the volume. An echo? It's a sound coming from outside. But is it the sound of... Nah, something was off about that. But isn't it the sound of Ebenholz's flute? Yeah, but it's like, I think it's just amplifying the arts and the sound that's coming out of it at the same time. And the only time that it happens is with the arts. It's meant to have an effect on everyone in the surrounding area. At least that's what I'm picking up on. I could be wrong. Sherney opens his mouth, but no voice comes out. The answer already seems clear to him. The expression Hibiscus sees on his face is not one of excitement or anger, but of terror. Pure terror. Gertrude converted this lounge, no, the entire Afterglow Hall, into a massive amplifier an arts amplification device. The amplifier stays off as long as it doesn't detect any musical arts, but as soon as someone casts musical arts, the amplification device activates and exponentially amplifies the arts as the music spreads through the afterglow hall. So it would literally have an effect on everyone in the afterglow, since the entire hall has been rigged. Yeah, that's dangerous. Yeah, that would have killed pretty much everyone. The leakages and resonance of the voice of mundane are no exception. Yeah, okay, so I was right. Stares vacantly. In other words, Originium activation will spike in all areas that are affected, meaning that everyone in Visum, virtually without exception, will be infected. Damn this evil hot woman. What's up, lady? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's awful to experience what the palpitations. Have you experienced that? I've never heard of that before. Like, that sounds very scary. Hearing and feeling your heart like beating really fast or skipping beats. It must feel even worse when it's like outside of your chest, because it says you can feel in your throat, your neck, and it can feel abrupt. That sounds scary. She is so beautiful. Yeah, Hibiscus is. And those who already have erypathy are even less likely to be spared. After they die, their bodies will... Oh, that's right. Disintegration. After they die, their bodies will rapidly disintegrate, releasing a large amount of active Originium microparticles. So pretty much everyone is pretty much a goner. Like, there's no chance if this was to happen. They definitely shouldn't play in the concert now. The surrounding area will be permanently poisoned, and Visum will be completely cut off from the outside world. And there she is. Very sorry to interrupt your little chat, but I'm here to offer a suggestion. Why cast arts of wakefulness across all of Visum on such a beautiful night? I often suffer from insomnia. My apologies, but we're dealing with something very important right now. Gertrude. Good evening, Sherney. And this must be Operator Hibiscus from Rhodes Island, yes? It is a pleasure to meet you. Too bad we can't see what her voice actor would sound like. You know, we know what she would sound like. A nice, seductive voice, you know, trying to get everyone's attention. You know what I'm saying? I'd be for it. We can recognize her from thighs alone. That's funny. As for the young man in shock over there, why not come visit my home for something to drink? Perhaps a nice night's rest and return energized tomorrow. Gertrude, to think I'd actually what? Don't tell me you're going to say that I actually deceive you and make you murder half the city. That can't be right. What you're actually mad about is how I had you running in circles and nearly got you killed without you even noticing, right? Show us your pride as a noble, Graf Urtica. Come on, say something. Ebenholtz, she's trying to provoke you. There's only one thing I need to know from you right now. Why'd you come here? I came because you woke me up. Why else? I take that as you heard the musical arts rippling outwards and realized your plans have been discovered. That's correct. What a pity. But just one more day, I would have enjoyed a complete success. Don't you think you should be thinking about how to escape? You should seriously think about your plan. Oh my god, words are being thrown in front of my eyes that aren't even there. Oh my gosh. Kobe. Don't you think you should be thinking about how to escape? Do you seriously think your plan will proceed as normal if you manage to take us out here? Ebenholz won't help you anymore. And regardless of what you're planning for the duet, it's not going to happen now. Really? That's not how I see it. As long as Ebenholz and Kryde are here, my plan has not failed. As long as I eliminate you, I can continue negotiating with Graf Urtica. He is quite familiar with the art of the noble dealings, and changing his mind is hardly an impossibility. Most importantly, I don't think you lot can actually beat me. Oh, so she's saying she got power too. She's saying she can beat all of them. She can whoop that ass, huh? If the three of you are equal in power to Graf Urtica, then I certainly won't would have to watch my step. But you three, pardon my rudeness. Damn. Smooth criminal, easy 1v3. Don't waste your breath, Graf Urtica. Why don't we both take a step back? What do you say? Take a step back. I dismantle these giant amplifiers and continue working with me. That way, only Kryde has to die. Not a bad deal considering he only has a few days to live anyway, right? In your dreams. That's truly a shame. Due to unfortunate circumstances, you were forced to choose a path most ill-suited for you. If that is your heart's desire, then so be it. What a shame. Shut up. You regret this for the rest of your life. I said shut up. I said shut up! The time for talk is over. It seems we can only settle this with a fight. If I win, the self-appointed guardians of the Afterglow will have to behave themselves and keep their mouths shut so that I can continue negotiating with Graf Urtica. If you win, then there's nothing more to say. A win's a win. Take your wand out, Graf Urtica. Or do you plan on having those two infected fight for you? Like I said, your provocations won't get you anywhere. Hibiscus, stay out of this. Today I swear I'll think carefully about where we are and what's all around us. Unless you're able to do this without any musical arts, you'll drive all those inhabitants of Visum insane before the disease ever comes. You're a quick thinker. I forget what that means. You, oh my god, this word. Freylin. I don't know how to fucking say this. Okay, so who's getting banned? Miss Hibiscus, thank you. Vaki came just in time. Thank you, Vaki. Since you caught on so quickly, I suppose there's no other choice but to take it outside. Let me get this out there first. Rid yourself of the notion that escape counts as a victory. While I personally dislike roughing up innocent bystanders, I can't say the same for my underlings. You must not have a whole lot of confidence in yourself based on how many you brought with you. I'm so glad to hear your sharp wit once more. I keep having a burp, man. I'm almost moved to tears. Are you feeling better now, Graf Urtica? Of course, Dame Strollo. Let's head outside and fight to our heart's content. There must be nobody for you to spar with back in Urtica. Should be lonely, right? If I did, I wouldn't be playing with an old bag like you. After all, you've never even challenged your own brother for his title. You have to wait for him to die before you can move up. I'm guessing you've never bested him in a fight before. Very good, very good. I'm starting to hate you more and more. The feeling is mutual. Was that before or after? That was before. I think this is where the boss is, right? So. Damn, dissing her like that? Hey, he's going after the jugular, you know what I'm saying? Down. In your dreams. See, this would be a perfect moment for you guys to animate, okay? Perfect moment for you guys to animate. I would like to see Gertrude and her thickness fighting against Ebenholz, man. I would love it. Fancy that. You can still struggle. Why does this look like Harry Potter? I'm not holding this one back, Dame Strollo. You read me? Who knew you could bite off more than you could chew? Unripe. You're just relying on the voice of mundane. Your control of arts is still in its infancy. Baki. I'd love to see Gertrude saying down boy to Ebenholz animated. Absolutely. Absolutely. No hesitation. Did that get her? I never thought you'd be the one to best me, Graf Urtica. Yeah, 'cause your ass. So you admit defeat. A loss is a loss. But does not admitting it make it my victory instead? Why are you unperturbed? Because how exactly can you lay a finger on me? I don't know how to say that shit, man. Lunstrafruit? Ah, man. Jesus Christ. Is this actually a word? It's not. Borrowing lady? Is that actually what it means? Linsfra. 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 Okay, I'm gonna just say that. I'm the Linsfra of this city. I don't know if it's actually how you say it, but I'm gonna go with what chat's saying. I'm the Linsfra of this city. It's night. You broke into the concert hall I administrate, and you attempted to tear down the legitimate renovations ratified by my own person. You even injured me, as I did my best to stop you. Graf Urtica, Rhodes Islander, and you, Sherney, you should be the worried ones. Isn't that right? As despicable as ever, Gertrude. Despicable? Is that how you treat your patron? Your backer of over a decade? Sherney, I allowed you to use this concert hall. You're no more than a mere infected. Your position, I gave that to you too. Your cherished afterglow could only limp its way to the present day on my benevolence. Don't forget that. How dare all of you kindly leave? I wouldn't be so sure. Graf Urtica, this title carries with it disgrace all throughout Lithinian. But it also means that wherever I go, the Empress's informants are sure to be. So where are they then? Huh. But what if they are? I told you, you're only making vain attempts to destroy my music hall. Even if their majesty's agents were to show themselves, they would arrest you by all rights, not me. Beagler, you have to have witnessed this all now, right? Do you still intend to fold your arms and watch? I saw the Grand Graf Urtica fall to breaking and entering a concert hall in the dead of night with a gang. Aside from that, I saw nothing. Did you not hear her plot? Do you mean the Graf Strollo's plot or the Graf Urtica's plot? Joint. Come on. Why you? I did in fact hear. However, Even if I recorded your entire dialogue just now, it doesn't prove a thing. Evidence graph. Everything needs carefully selected evidence. What proves Graf Strollo intended to act against the Empress? Proof? You come to me at this moment and raise the matter of proof? Right, the voice of mundane. We discovered there was research into the voice of mundane in the sewers. What? Seems you're not off the ball after all, Graf Urtica. What research? I know nothing about this. Feigning stupidity at this point of passe, Graf Strollo? You may not be directly linked to the notes and plans in that sewer laboratory. I was about to say laboratory, like I'm watching Dexter's Lab or something. Plans in that sewer laboratory, but we have our ways. With our leads there, it'll be a walk in the park to find your other little bases. You're presently suspected of launching research into the voice of mundane forbidden under their majesty's decree. I want you to come with me. Wait, because she was researching the voice and nothing else? Let me reiterate to you again, Graf Urtica and the rest of you. As long as you have no clear evidence, proof, your foul product is going to blow up like you say it does. So that means he wasn't paying attention the entire time then. He wasn't in the concert hall. Because then he would have heard her clearly say that was her plan. To amplify the voice of mundane and take out everyone here. So he couldn't have heard anything that was said in the concert hall then. Every accusation you throw at her turns into slander, nothing else. Let me take a look at those voice of mundane research files. I can give you an exhaustive. Yeah, I said it right. Exhaustive evidence. Very sorry, but that's classified Lithinian information. I can't hand it over to a foreign organization. You're just washing it out of existence. There's a lot in these lands that doesn't go the way that you want it, miss. But let it go, Hibiscus. He made his point very clear. Our discoveries aren't enough to convict Graf Strollo. My voice is... I feel my freaking voice starting to kill me. And he's only showed himself because he found other evidence to do so. I should even be thanking you for deigning to show up in the wake of my hissy fit. Isn't that right, Beagler, my dear spy? I'll be honest. If I had to compare you and Graf Strollo as nobles, I'd say you win out of my books, Graf Urtica. And you, Herr Shoni. This is why I had the hot tea at the beginning, because water isn't going to make this feeling go away. We have Graf Strollo contained now. Even if whatever your friends are worried about is real, either way, the concert's safe. Of course, I still recommend you to cancel it. Safest for settling this. I thought the concert tomorrow had already been forbidden. Whether you hold it remains up to you. Okay, Graf Strollo, I believe your loyalty to the Empress. I'd just like to take you for breakfast. You wouldn't refuse my invitation, would you? Breakfast in these early hours? Very well. Graf Urtica, you will regret betraying me. I regret many a thing. But that is the one matter I never will. We've just let them go? Gertrude, you still had a word waiting for her? If profanity counts for a word? Friday still hasn't woken, and they still haven't found the grandpa too. Yeah, they still haven't found the grandpa too. Leave him with me. I'll set off straight away and bring him to the Rhodes Island landship. You're taking him away? I am. He'll only get the proper treatment at Rhodes Island. I won't allow it. Why? Even if you can pacify his condition, what will you do about the voice of mundane? I don't doubt your medical prowess, but is that something you can truly solve? I can't promise, but we got no other choice now. Don't tell me you still hope Gertrude will help you get rid of it through ensemble. I can only hope. How long will it take from Visum to your landship, I ask you? You won't say, because you know Kryde isn't likely to make it there. Even if what Gertrude says is true, are you really going to sacrifice yourself to do this? As long as I can do it, why shouldn't I? Viscus stares blank for a spell. The look in his eye now, compared to when she first met this young man, the difference is like black and white. He's serious, she thinks. Fine. Even if I help you to the best of my ability, we know too little about the voice of mundane, and what we do know was all told by the countless. We're sifting through fact and fiction. There he is. Looks like I made it. Sir, if you need more info about the voice of mundane, I have this project plan right here. Sir, did you? You pulled the same thing as Beagler. I did. You probably imagine, but Kryde's a Finn who slipped through the program's net back in the day. How could the Empress let such a wild card wander freely, you know? So he knew? But you've been roaming together for more than a decade, and that's why no one ever suspected it. But didn't Beagler say it was classified? Which is why I flinched it from where he... Oh man, he just stole it. He stole it. If I can save Kryde, then the hell doesn't... Sorry. If I can save Kryde, then the hell doesn't matter if anyone's shown this damn plan. And it's long overdue, damning if you ask me. He's dying too. Yeah. Calm down. You're still very weak. Let me see the plan papers, Hibiscus. You take this old fellow somewhere to rest. I will. So Grandpa has been in the know about all this entire time. And he's been traveling with him. Sir, does he know? I never told him, but he's very smart. I'm sure he has a vague guess. This is too cruel to him. Cruel? Miss, do you know how I became infected? No. Surely you've heard how in the age before the Empress's rule, Athenian had explored classical originium arts to heights hardly surpassable. Yes. So do you know the price Athenian paid to reach those heights? Countless human sacrifices, among which were huge in numbers of infected. Yes, infected. During that period, some were even handing over infected to a regular quota. And they treated this as a custom. But infected are people too. It's not like they'd ever let their lives be thrown away. Is this guy the guy that was telling the in the flashback telling that woman that we shouldn't be sacrificing these people. Because that would explain why he's so knowledgeable about what's going on. I don't remember his name. It was very early in the story. So can you guess what happened in the end? You don't mean it looks like you have. Just slash your arm with iridium, and now you qualify as an infected too. That's how mine came about. He slashed his arm with iridium. I'm confused. So he just slashed his own arm? That's all I'm getting from that. Like because of the quota? Melody. It's melody. The voice of mundane are the melodies to the Witch King left behind. I can't believe this. No, this is the only way that makes sense. My eyes are killing me. But I need to finish this today. He wasn't just Lithinian's mightiest caster. The Witch King was also Lithinian's most feared musician. His mastery of music was the epitome. Some even said his insight into music was of the same grade as his Iridium arts research. But rhythm, tonality, texture, he threw those raw elements that make up the beauty of music to the hounds. Every piece of his left in this world is filled with murder and devastation. His opus have long been forbidden pieces in Lithinian. The voice of mundane is a string of melodies left by the Witch King. The voice is without a doubt a remnant opus of his, and you are its very the voice is without a doubt a remnant opus of his, and you are its very extent. Like he's related to the Witch King, or is it saying that I'm a little confused here, chat. More like connected, not related. So he's just connected to the Witch King. He's not related to him directly. He just maintained it. He just obtained some of his power in some way. I'm just trying to retain all of this because I am a bit confused. We are not his opus. You shouldn't deceive yourself. Moreover, if this is the case, you have a solution? I need you to perform the ensemble that repelled those Iridium slugs again. Ah, yes, he was implanted with the voice of mundane. He didn't just naturally obtain it. Yeah, it did show that scene at the very beginning of all those kids being implanted with it. This is gonna sound really awful, but imagine Mozart was actually Hitler, and everyone who still remembers his melodies would be like Ebenholz. That is awful. So since he's been implanted with the voice of Mundane, he has a connection to the Witch King. And every piece of music that comes out, every arts inflicted piece of music that comes out of Ebenholz has that voice coming out as well, which is attacking other people. Am I getting this correct? Because every piece of music that comes from the Witch King has harmful effects on everyone else. Yeah, the root of Ebenholz arts is very bad Witch King magic rooted in music. Okay. Thank you. I was like, what? Like, are they like related or something? But I forgot about the infused section at the very beginning. Number one of the Witch King Club. Don't talk about the Witch King Club. When you did that, you grasped the voices inside yourselves, didn't you? Yeah, every single time they. Well, Cryday doesn't know how to use it. It's leaking. So it's not every single time he uses arts, it just happens. His is more contained, isn't it? Ensemble, right now. Do you comprehend the situation we're in? I do, and I know it better than you do. But let's hear her journey out, Ebenholz. Cryday, are you alright? Did you come here alone? Andante brought me over. But you can't double the voice of Mundane's melody again like you did before. It did something wrong to you last time. I don't want to leave any regrets. Alright, Hersherney. What did you think of? If the voice can be said to a string of melodies, then whether those remnants who used you for their experiment or Gertrude, their aim has to be to conduct the Originium arts contained within that melody, or should I say the melody that flows within these Originium arts, which is to say their exploration of the voice is entirely to unearth the supposed secrets within. In plain words, they're trying to make the voice more clear, more beautiful. Thus, there's one thing I can very definitively tell you. There's no method that can transfer the voice anywhere in these plans. I'm not surprised anymore. But that's not because doing so would be too difficult. Precisely the opposite. It's because in their eyes, it would be a waste of what they have. Because every melody the Witch King left behind is different. Each comes from its own period and contains its own completely separate emotions and ideas. What sense can there be in putting two entirely different songs together? Just as when you perform together, the further you pursue it, the more disastrous the effects became. Even the Originium slugs fled because they felt your performance would be far too ear-bleeding. I presume they've done similar transfer experiments before and realized how bad the results were then. They did. However, even if two pieces are diametrically opposed, a sufficient lead-in can still be enough to accomplish the transition. Therefore, I want you to perform my Morgen und Abend, upon which I want you to dig your own selves out from within the piece, just as you did that evening. I have to feel the melody of the voice of Mundane left within you, and then I will write you a new song. Wait, no matter what, you need something to hold the voice so you can transfer it, and the experiment results all... Okay, they're talking very... So they want him to perform the song Morgen und Abend. So that he can transfer it into a new song. And the experiment results said all attempts to implant two voices in one person failed. Oh wait, are they trying to transfer both of them into both of the voices into one person? Or into the song? I'll be the vessel. Okay, so that answers my question. Into one person. Don't trust that little determination you have to be enough for a self-sacrifice boy. I'll try with all my might through performance to drag the voices from the both of you. If I cannot, I'll personally serve as this. Okay. So oh, because he's already dying. Why would you go this far for us? If I remember correctly, my Morgen und Abend was your turning point in learning the flute. And so what? So it's likely you heard of how I came to write it, that Gertrude woman had to turn it into a blasted selling point for me. Though I never wanted for anyone else to know. You lost your dearest, closest friend, and you wrote the piece in your grief. Grief. That description was far off the mark. Indignation? You should be using the term indignation. That was the first time I came to find that life would not unfold how I imagined it. And the first time I knew what music meant to me. My rebellion against a fixed fate. Turning ordinary civilians into infected, that's too cruel. I have no idea how many times I cursed the Witch King in those days. But perhaps someone heard my tirades. Ah, so they purposely did it to him. I'm getting all my questions answered in one. So they purposely did it to him. It wasn't a choice of his own. Okay, so that answers my question. However, before they could send me to the laboratories, their majesties had overthrown the Witch King and I was saved. And that's why I swore to dedicate the rest of my life to their majesty's cause. And so you became a spy. Correct. I can't tell you what I did when I was an agent, and you don't need to know. All you need to know is that I was the agent who found the Witch King's remains that had been researching the voice of Mundane. By the time we found them, I'd already experimented on Kryde and failed. That's why his body is the way it is now. Ah! So you didn't plan to save him, right? How'd you know? From what I know, when the twin empresses ascended to the throne, they issued an edict that forbade all Witch King era research, and the voice of Mundane research obviously fell into that category. But if the voice of Mundane is really that amazing, I can imagine that not a single person has turned his attention to it in the 20 years since the Witch King was overthrown. What's more, the Witch King has left his mark within. The Witch King weaved his power into the melody, The Witch King himself is the core of these ideas. Deep down, their pursuit of the voice of mundane might actually be nothing more than worshipping the Witch King himself. And given the way that Mr. Beegler does things, I'd say his spy's principles lie with serving the twin empresses. In other words, to spies like you, the voice of mundane doesn't further the twin empresses' interest in any way. Until I saw how reckless you were, I took you for a fool. And now, it seems you just didn't know how to put your wits to use. You're goddamn right. Here, I brought the research plan along. There's no point in hiding any of this anymore. The voice of mundane is unique. It's undoubtedly the Witch King's lingering echoes in the world, and there is definitely some power hidden within. But the Witch King's fervent followers truly believe that the Witch King left behind his avatar within it. The power the voice of mundane holds is too unique. It will never see widespread use. At the very least, the current courtcasters see research on the voice of mundane as a futile pointless pursuit. And that's why the handling of Ebenholz and Kryde became a problem. Was Ebenholz chosen because he was considered safer? Yes. We had to announce the plan's failure, and Ebenholz was naturally the best choice, as there was nothing wrong with his body. On the contrary, as there were already problems with Kryde's body, he had no choice. Death awaited him. But he finally got away with from the Witch King's remains, and yet had to die. That's too cruel. Perhaps in your eyes, our methods are inhumane, but once you've witnessed countless tragedies, especially ones caused by those who are not inhumane, you come to realize that you can't let your feelings get in the way of everything. You probably think Beegler was a pretty heartless man, don't you? Yeah, I do think so. But what you don't know is he's lived in the Afterglow and spent time with his residents day after day for more than a dozen years. His feelings for this place is no less genuine than anyone else. There's no one who wants to skin Gertrude alive more than him, but he can't. Do you think you're the angriest person to ever talk to him? Mr. Beegler, Besides, Kryde's condition endangers those around him too. He has no way to get close to anyone, and his past destined him to never live the life of a normal man. He truly didn't have a choice. But you let your feelings get in the way with him. You offered him a choice other than death. Is that really a choice? He had to wander the world with an old man who's half dead. He learned how to play the cello, and he rarely had the chance to even touch one. He can't make friends. He can't even get too close with anyone. Can you really call this a proper life? But he lived, perhaps. Having seen how he trembled back then, I can still feel a sharp pain in my arms even now. The Witch King, Kryde. Those who got infected inadvertently, and those who were forcefully infected. The wounds that the Witch King left on Lothian have yet to heal, and now there are those who thirst for his return. And there are even nobles who are sheltering his remnants and facilitating their research. Oh, how I dread I won't be able to see the day they all meet justice. You will live. No need to comfort me. I lived with him for all these years. It's a miracle that I'm still alive today. He's like a real grandson to me. I brought him here because I was actually thinking of introducing him to Beegler and setting him up with a job as an agent. That way, I would at least get to die knowing he's in good hands. But now, it doesn't really to me so much anymore. It doesn't really matter to me so much anymore. I always thought it was my fate to give my life to their majesties as an agent, but it seems that there's not that's not really all there is. He's a good dude. He's a really good dude. He's been protecting Cryday this entire time. A tremendous noise comes from inside. Let this old grandpa sit here a little longer. Go help them. If you don't feel well, be sure to call my name. He's gonna die here. The voice of Mundane did not have a name at first. That melody was abandoned by the Witch King after all. It was a melody improvised by him on the spur of the moment and transcribed by his court musicians. The Witch King's complete pieces are howls from a deep abyss. Then these fragments are indeed still melodies of the mortal realm, and thus these fragments were named the voice of Mundane. Be that as it may, the Witch King's power is still immensely terrifying. Even holds. I may have asked you to show your purest form in music, but now I want you to think back to your life in the past 24 or so years. Let your restfulness pour out. Music is a portraiture of your life. It's the steps you take, the eyes you peer into the world with. Don't let your emotions cloud you, but don't betray your emotions either. Explore, vent, and drag your melody out from the deepest parts of your soul. I found it. Right, that's it. That's exactly how I want. That's the melody that was carved into your brain, and that's the melody of destruction, and it's a ravaging one. And you, Cryday, I need the opposite from you. I need you to constrain yourself. You are too unreserved. You encompass everything that you've experienced. Do you know that your kindness is also your greatest weakness? Are you reconciling? Why are you reconciling? Why should you reconcile? Who has the right to ask you to reconcile? Everyone thinks you deserve better. The idea has crossed your mind too, hasn't it? You still aren't willing to change the way you think, huh? Fine. That is enough. I can feel your melody too. A void that swallows everything whole. Bear with it. The energies of two wildly different Originium arts begin to entangle with one another inside the room as anguished expressions start to appear on the two young men's faces. Sherney knows it is a time for him to join in. Keep playing. Do not fret. If you feel something's wrong with your body, stop immediately. But if you feel something's off and you're not the one to blame, then leave it to me. Sherney sits in front of the piano, takes a breath, and starts playing as well. However, when he attempts to sort out the two totally different surges of energy, he realizes how much he overestimated his abilities. The melody is strong, full of anger, terrifying, solemn, bloody. Above all, it's a melody that fully immerses its listeners. One moment, he's suddenly filled with hatred towards the Witch King. The next second, he has a heart-filled admiration for him. One moment, he feels as though he is a newborn child. But he immediately feels the passage of time and its effects on his body. The very next second, he is as old as the hills. He forces himself to keep his appearance intact with what little sanity he has left. But he feels as though he is walking into a boundless desert. The sandstorm is too powerful, and he cannot open his eyes. He tries his best to shake the sand off. Then he sees a towering wall that reaches even the sky. There's nothing on that wall. No pain, no anger, no death. It's a simple, unadorned wall. At that very moment, he finally realizes that is a wall he will never be able to overcome. His mind is instantly filled with fear. clashing emotions. Sherney coughs violently, sending blood gushing from his mouth. His cough is so intense that he tries to get up for a drink of water, only for him to stagger and knock down the music stand next to him. Hey, are you alright? Ah, the noise of him falling was what she heard. I heard something just now. What happened? A trifle. Nothing more. Now I see it. It's not that no one has ever attempted to do what I did. It's just that people who tried are all dead. You're laughing? You're bleeding out of your mouth. Let me wipe that for you. How did you two feel just now? When you drew out the voice of Mundane, it felt very much like I was getting torn apart. But after you joined in, it did feel like a lot of pressure faded. At the very least, this proves that my idea is workable. But I coughed up some blood, that's all. I know my own body better than anyone. Let's continue. Sherney sits back on his bench, closes his eyes, and begins to ponder a question. Who is Sherney? He answers himself. Sherney is a coward. He once hid himself underneath the wings of his dear friend and teacher, thinking that he could live his whole life through music. Yet, the death of his dear friend, the torments of arithmetic, and poverty all work together to make him realize that he is but an ordinary man. You will die. I've lived this long because Gertrude still thinks I have value. And so, she paid for my medication and kept me alive for a few years longer than most other infected. But if I can't finish this piece today, I might as well be dead. If you don't want me to die a meaningless death, pick up your flute. He answers, Sherney is a man who sees music as everything. Before he was famous, the people of the Afterglow showed nothing but grief and sorrow whenever he went outside. They had no appreciation for the beauty of music because they didn't know whether he could live to see the next day. To make ends meet, he had no choice but to accept Gertrude's suggestion and become a spectacle for the nobles in the music halls left behind by the Witch King, like some kind of rare animal. Life was way too complicated, and he wanted to go back inside his house. At all those times, it was always music that kept him from running. He has more than music, but it is with music that he expresses everything about him. Friday, your performance is too weak, but don't worry about me. You don't have that right. This is about your survival, not mine. Do not ever think it's a virtue to sacrifice yourself. Your sacrifice is but a burden. Scream, vent, and fight for the reward that should have been yours. I understand. Finally, he answers. Sherney is a man who resists fate. Is music how he God, I had the biggest brain fart just now. Is music how he resists his fate then? No. Music is his struggle, his howl, and his song. He is struggling for his friend who passed away before fulfilling her music ideals. He is howling for those who cannot speak. He is singing for those who was born into suffering yet still have joy within their hearts. That is the case. In that case, is he performing in someone else's stead? No. He knows how his friend was unwilling to die. He walked the streets where those who cannot speak gather, and he brought music to those who are trying to seek joy despite their sufferings. Once again, he stands in front of that high wall, the Witch King. He knows he can never overcome this wall, but this time, he instead reminisces about the joys of discussing music with his dear friend. He remembers the love and respect he receives from the Afterglow's residents and remembers the morning sun he sees at the beginning of each day. And that is why he says, right now, I am my own opponent. Mr. Sherney, you're coughing up blood again. He's not listening to me at all. Let's go get some rest, Ebenholz, but we don't need to be here anymore. What we need to do is rest up and wait for Herr Sherney to finish his new piece. Hibiscus, take care of him. At the very least, I won't let him collapse before me. Now go. That's a powerful image, man. Shirney's enemy is not the Witch King. Even though the Witch King's offenses were heinously profuse, person of a wrongful act, especially a crime, or heinously profuse, even though he disdains that monarch, he is still forced to concede that music itself stands unrelated to good or evil. Okay, Comey. His opponent is himself. At this very moment, he no longer tries to scale the wall so despairingly high. He begins to perform. Beneath his feet appears a platform. It brings him up in unbroken accent, up through the clouds. Though still no end to the wall can be seen, he no longer cares. Even though he can feel the turbulent power dash about his body, he cannot hold back further coughs of blood. Hibiscus to one side is even given the illusion. She can almost see Shirney's life flying by in accelerando. But at the same time, the score he writes rages. Take it all. Take everything of him. Today marks the day of Shirney's death, but Shirney's music will never die. And day breaks. It's complete. That's such a relief. The musician strains to lift himself, but his upper body crashes against the piano, and he leaves a discordant coda in the shining dawn. Whew. Was that the second one? Yeah. Holy crap. Losing my voice or something, man. I hope Infield also has fire CG. I think it's all just going to be animated. Sure need the goat. Yeah. Remember to do the boss fight. Okay. Break a leg. I'll be cheering for you. But even though I've been practicing for this day, I'm still not that confident. Then there's that prophecy too. Saying something about an ensemble. What if it's me? Come on, you've got this. What's there to be scared of? All those who were afflicted last night have already been treated, so I'm sure we'll be fine today. This is actually the first time I've had to sit with so many infected. Hopefully, this concert is worth my while. Is her Shirney here yet? Nah, he ain't making it, bro. According to the organizer, he was also affected by last night's original slug incident, but he did not cancel his scheduled appearance today. Oh, that's good. Damen und Herren, please take your seats. Her Shirney will be here shortly. You speak the truth, yes? You better not wait until after we're inside the hall to close the doors and announce he can't make it. I assure you that would never happen. Her Shirney is is only experiencing a mild seasonal malaise? Malaise. A general feeling of discomfort, illness, or uneasiness, whose exact cause is difficult to identity. Seasonal malaise. And will arrive at Afterglow Hall soon. Gertrude. That sly bastard. I knew the files could have just up and disappeared. I can deal with him later. The files aren't that big of a deal anyway. Not when compared to the actual research on the voice of Mundane. Is he going to the concert hall? Forget it, he can knock himself out. By the looks of things, espionage is a difficult work. You should probably be worrying about yourself rather than worrying about me, Grafit Strollo. Harboring the Witch King's remains in your own demizane and propping up research on the voice of Mundanes are serious crimes. By the way, my good spy, how did my father and brother die, according to your records? Let's stay on topic. They are closely related to this topic. 15 years ago, your father provided cover for research on the voice of Mundane. After we found out, he was about to spill the beans on the men behind him, but he was silenced. Had you known, it would be reasonable to assume you'd act on the knowledge. You think I'm trying to cover this up? My views towards my father have also changed over time. As a child, I felt like my father was the most terrifying person in the world. His will was absolute, and nobody could change his mind. I liked running and jumping about, so my father would lock me up in my room. I liked to talk during mealtime, so my father would take away my dinner and make me talk to the wall for an hour. Oh shit. Later, as I got older, my awe towards my father continued to grow unabated. I personally saw the way the lesser nobles kissed his feet and the disdain with which he regarded them. Even the Witch King's envoys had no choice but to speak softly when they approached the Strollo spire, a far cry from their overbearing airs while on the ground. That was the Lord of House Strollo. Or Linger. Sorry, I can't remember how to say it. First, I don't know how to say that either. And once, the most revered of all houses. But everything changed when the Witch King fell. Let me be upfront. You're currently in bad shape. As a doctor, I should be forbidding you from playing the concert. But it doesn't look like you're trying to stop me. I don't want the music that you burnt your life away for to die in the dust. Seems like you're finally learning to be flexible. No, I've come to realize that at times certain goals must be prioritized over others. I often found it ridiculous that my father was stupid enough to embrace the Witch King's rule. He was so staggeringly stupid that he didn't even bother concealing his opinions. Under his leadership, the Strollo family quickly lost the support of the Kerfustan. Our house also lost control over 2 nomadic cities, was forced to retreat to Visum, near the homeland of the Witch King Urtica. The Graf Strollo, who lorded over Visum, foolishly believed that he didn't belong there. So your father, discontent with the status quo, began to commune with the remnants of the Witch King. That's what I thought at the time, but you aren't as naive as I was back then, my dear spy. Your agent should know far better than I. Old Strollo was messing around with the Witch King's remains since the very beginning, wasn't he? Oh, right. You still haven't answered my question. By your accounts, how did my brother die? Food poisoning. That was the official report and our conclusion. Food poisoning. Alright, tell me this. Just how much do you know about my father? In exchange, I can tell you how my brother really died. We don't actually use the term Witch King's remains because it's too vague. Some of the bastards who invoke the Witch King do so because they worship his power, while others convey the political capital he gained during his reign. Your father was undoubtedly the latter. and behind the second group is an extensive, sprawling net. Your father was just one small branch on it. Also, I hope you didn't forget Grafin Stolo. That this is an interrogation, not a negotiation. The only reason I'm answering any of your questions is because we were unreasonable to determine your brother's cause of death. Look, it's Hershurni and that doctor. Hershurni, are you alright? I'm fine. We heard you were going to perform an all-new piece today. That's right. Even though not everyone will get to hear it because of the concert hall's limited seating, I'll come back and perform for everyone again. That's great news. Don't push yourself, Mr. Shurney. Look at him. He is struggling right now, and he wants to perform a new piece. The road from Shurney's house to the Afterglow is not long, but the man's steps are extremely sluggish. Hibiscus isn't sure that he can even play the piano in his state. Apathy is a real disease, not some ethereal thing that can be defeated through willpower alone. But at this moment, she chooses to place her faith in the musician's willpower. Hibiscus can feel Shurney exerting every fiber of his being just to stay upright. All she can do is support him, keeping him from losing his balance under the exertion. The rest of is his battle alone. He's got it. Or I've got it. I've got it. The name for the new piece. I'd call it... What's the matter? Shouldn't those two be the first to know? You've got a point. My good spy, come here and behold the great hero of the Afterglow, our illustrious composer, Hershurni. I don't know how long you've been hiding in Visum, but you must be quite familiar with him. It's really something a city like this, run by a house like yours, could produce such an outstanding musician. You seem to have a high regard for Hershurni. It makes sense. Who could dislike a pure-spirited musician? Even I've always liked him. Oh, but don't get the wrong idea. It's not that kind of like. And even if it was, and it never worked between us. Surely, you've heard about the story about him and his old friend. I'm quite thankful that a woman named Gertrude is nowhere to be found in that story. Give me a break. You should already know. The one who brought his music and his story to the world was me. Without me, he would have died in a ditch somewhere long ago. So you use the infected maestro born in an infected ghetto as a trope. So you use the infected maestro born in an infected ghetto trope as a gimmick and had him dance like a gesture for the nobles who deigned to descend here. It seems the city is nearer and dearer to your heart than I imagined, my good spy. To be honest, my original plan was hardly this compassionate. For the sake of reviving the House of Strollo, what was the dignity of a single musician? What is the dignity of a single musician? However, as an Athenian noble, music was a compulsory part of my upbringing. I must admit that even I have been awestruck by his music. Listen, the performance has already begun. The difference between these performances is like heaven and earth. You've been avoiding the question for some time now. What are you trying to accomplish? Oh my, would you look at that? I just can't keep my mouth shut when it comes to Shurney. Everyone around me thinks I hate him, and everyone around him thinks that he hates me. This unfortunate misunderstanding has robbed me of a conversation partner. But let's not talk about me anymore. Back to my brother. That topic really isn't as interesting as Shurney, though. But it's only natural for his death to remain a mystery to you. It was my work, after all. She killed her brother? Oh, he looks all spiffy. Look at Cryday. How are you feeling? I think we've pretty much been in sync with each other. Even though he composed this piece for the two of us, he clearly has his style all over it. I don't think it's inferior to Morgan und Ben in any way. And he only spent a single night on this. What an incredible man. Composing is a release of a long build-up. I think he simply found the right opportunity for it. What are you staring at? I had no idea you knew how to give a compliment. It's not as if I've ever downplayed his musical accomplishments. My only hope is that he'll make it to the concert. He'll be here. Composing a piece of music is only the first step. Only through turning the score into actual music can the piece truly be completed. News has already gotten out that he'll be changing the finale. He's not going to give up now. I hope so. Alright, Ebenholz. Do you think this suit looks good on me? I never worn anything this expensive before. So I don't know if I've messed up something. It looks very good. Thank goodness. There's one other thing. Why are you so unusually chatty today? Is that to say I have a normal level of chatty under normal circumstances? Yes, something like that. Just deal with it then. Who knows? This might be the last time we ever play together. Why would you think that? Why wouldn't I? After this is over, you'll return to being Graf Urtica, and I will continue to wander. Even though our meeting was somewhat engineered by Grafen, it was still just a coincidence at first, wasn't it? But we're friends now. I know that's what you were going to say. Right. Sometimes even friends have to go their separate ways. Maybe this time we won't see each other for a very long time. For a long, long time. Do you remember what I said? We can always give gifts to remember each other by. I'll give you one of my dice then. Aren't those your weapons? Do they still work if you're missing one? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Let's not worry about it then. I think a coin with a drilled hole through it works best, just like I said before. What about you then? What are you going to give me? I'm still thinking. Take your time. As long as things go well today, that's something we'll have plenty of. Right. We still have plenty of time. He's gonna die. I have a feeling he's gonna die. Enough of your jokes, Gertrude Strollo. Do you have any idea of what you just said? Yeah, I was the one who killed my brother. Bitch, what of it? No, I'm sorry. You've gone mad. Mad? No, think about it carefully, my good spy. Your once exalted father falls from grace, funding some shady research in secret. He tries to blow hot and cold, his plans are exposed, and he ultimately meets an untimely end. Afterwards, your brother is groomed by them, terrified into obedience. But he is too incompetent. He can't do a single thing right. He slips up once and almost exposes the ones pulling his strings. Instead of watching him suffer in torment at the hands of those who always despised him, isn't it better to use him as a stepping stone so that you can succeed him? Who are they? Who are the ones pulling his strings? Oh, I would like to know that more than anyone. Far more than you would. If you had that information, I would sit down and strike a deal with you here and now. I might even go down into the streets myself and yell about how I have information on the Witch King's remains. Tainted witness. If I recall, this saying has grown quite popular in Colombia. I've met no shortage of idiots who thought they could play ball with us, Graf and Strollo. Didn't end well for any of them. Hershurni, are you alright? I want to say yes, but that would be a lie. If you really can't handle it, then Ebenholz, don't forget whose decision this whole thing was. If that's what you want, then I'll give it my all. The two of us have already mastered the piece that you wrote. If you, the composer, can't perform on par due to your health problems, then that's entirely on you. Well spoken. He's grown a lot, man. Ebenholz has grown a lot. The melody is already etched into my head. All you have to do is follow me. You talk a big game. Alright, now that Mr. Shurney is here, let's hurry up and get ready to get on stage. Whether for our own sake or for our audience. We've all got to put our best foot forward. Friday, is it just me or do you seem unusually excited today? Do I? That might be because for the first time I'm experiencing what it means to be alive. I don't get you at all. Yeah, you wouldn't understand that. Hershurni, you're up. Alright. There's one other thing here, Shurney. What is this piece called? You still haven't given it a name. I came up with it on the way here. I will name it Baki, Discord. If he's even still here. Light and shadow. Okay, it doesn't look like he's here, so I would just say light and shadow. Oh, he went eating? Okay. Light and shadow, I'll just say that. I wanted to figure out how to properly say it, but yeah, we'll just go with light and shadow. That actually works really well. The light, Friday, the shadow, Ebenholz. That works a lot. Next up, Shurney, Ebenholz, and Friday will refer you away to tonight's finale. As you may already know, this piece is Shurney's new composition, debuting tonight for the very first time. Its title is Trio for Flute, Cello, and Piano in B flat minor. I'm not saying that. Light and Shadow. 3 bouts of the audience, and the concertgoers in the auditorium respond with warm applause. Oh, that is a peak. Oh, it's this song. The music begins. After just a few short measures, the entire audience from the auditorium to the balcony sits up straight in their seats. Those who previously wore expressions of expectation and suspicion alike. No whispers, no coughs, not even the sounds of clothes rubbing together. Not a single soul wished to disturb this fleeting, unadulterated beauty. Small beads of sweat begin to emerge on Shurney's forehead. But this does not indicate any problems with the trio outside of their music. It's just that the power he is required to guide and control is too precise. They begun their performance. Shurney, I just knew you wouldn't disappoint me. You'll find a way to help them. Listen to this new piece. How could the audience possibly comprehend that this opening came straight from the Witch King? Of course, they cannot comprehend because this piece already belongs to you. Ah, this melody, it all makes sense now. You intend to rip the voice of mundane out of both of them. Bold. However, what will you do after that? Are you going to become the new vessel? Beagler's eyes. Gertrude has gone completely insane. She mumbles to herself in the direction of the concert hall, as if conversing with a dear friend. My dear spy. Would you like to hear my performance? Oh, God. Gertrude seems to be addressing Beagler. I had something to say after that, but I'm going to keep that to myself. But is also muttering to herself at the same time. As she speaks, she walks towards the harp sitting in the corner of the room. My patience is running out. I brought this house for a reason. It sits outside the afterglow, but you can still hear the music coming from the concert hall clearly. A wonderful location, isn't it? I love listening to the music that passes through here. This way, he doesn't have to see me, and I don't have to see him. She begins to play as she speaks. The art units in the building have already been disassembled. And even if they weren't, don't think your arts will work on me. Men easily swayed by music don't make good spies. I only want to play the harp, my good spy. Sherney hates me. He hates me for not treating music with purity. He hates me for using it as a tool. Okay. It's another answer that I was wondering about. I once sought to defend myself and explain it away, but I later came to realize that I might actually be exactly the woman he says I am. Even if he carved my heart out, I would never be able to treat music with purity. Tell me, how could one who has committed fratricide, a woman who has for over 10 years the killing of one's brother or sister. God damn. One who has committed fratricide, a woman who for over 10 years has been hell-bent on exacting revenge on those puppet masters, possibly achieving anything close to purity. As much as Beagler doesn't want to admit it, Gertrude's performance is excellent. Not at all paling in comparison to the echoes drifting from beyond the window. Without a doubt, this is the level of... Jesus Christ, my throat hurts right now. Without a doubt, this is the level that all outstanding Lithinian nobles should aspire to. But the words that come out of Gertrude's mouth make him shudder. Wait, revenge? You're a clever man. You should have guessed that my tragic failure last night was not the result of impetuousness. Acting or done quickly, without thought or care. But you don't know what I'm hiding. You believe I've exhausted my plans, which is the only reason you're here chatting with me. The truth is, I do want to buy time. But some words have been festering in my head for far too long, which is why I can't help but ramble on. I do hope you pardon my rudeness. Furthermore, I must apologize that you'll be dying here with me. The fuck? It truly is an eye-opening piece of music, or so it was at the beginning. Just as the title implies, the music weaves a shuddered illusion from the very beginning, making one's heart sink to the bottom of a valley as if dark clouds blotting out the sun. However, the tune changes almost immediately. Sonorous, sonorous cello uplifting the flute's clarity, and the piano behind them both break through the layers of gloom, singing a paean to the joy of glimpsing the light of day. Paean. Yeah, that's paean. Oh, light. This is the singular thought in everyone's head. They immediately understand the lint in link un chat. I can't say that, man. Oh, Baki's back. Can you say that for me? I want to figure out how to say this. Just like Morgan Unda Ben, I want to figure out how to say this.
Test, hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh wait, I have you muted.
You have me
okay.
muted.
This is called Licht und Schatten.
Say it again?
Licht und Schatten.
Licht und Schatten. Close? Good? Bad?
Wait, I have to let me mute the stream. I'm getting doubles. I don't really pay attention.
Sorry.
Licht und Schatten.
Licht und Schatten.
Can you Licht?
Licht und Schatten.
Licht und
I can't
Schatten.
do it, bro. I can't do it. Like, that shit is hard. Licht. I can't
Licht.
do it, bro.
And then the T, you can pronounce the T a bit. Licht.
Licht und Schatten.
It's okay. we can work with that, yeah.
Yeah, I can't do that shit. Y'all, the way y'all pronounce like German words is like crazy.
Well,
man.
it's
That
my
is
native
hard.
language. I would be sad if I couldn't properly pronounce that.
Oh man, that is crazy. Thank you though.
No problem. I can stick around here and mute myself.
Okay. All right. I had to try, chat. I had to try. They begin to look forward to the Schatten. However, a feeling of unease begins to set in to some members of the audience because they see the expression of suffering creeping across the faces of the three performers, as if something is gnawing away at them from within. Same when you hear Americans speak Japanese compared to hearing Germany speak Japanese. Over in the USA, your pronunciation of A-E-I-O-U is just different. Hey, look, we're American pronunciation is shit, period. So it just doesn't matter. Turia. Beautiful. Beautiful. An exemplary musician, devoting his life to fighting the power left behind by the Witch King. Just as he is about to pull this doomed battle back to a stalemate, he loses not to the Witch King or to himself, but to the obsessions of an old acquaintance. Hey, what are you going on about? Do you hear the harp's voice? Huh? A harp? Or would there be a harp? Ah, she hears the harp from Gertrude. Why would there be a harp? Isn't this supposed to be a trio? Philistine. Listen to the sound coming from that small building in the distance. The shrill laughter erupting from the depths of despair is equally beautiful. As for you, my former student, while I was teaching you to speak using the violin, I heard the motif of your fate. What a cruel melody it was. I never expected that you could develop it in such a brilliant opus. I salute all of you. People I may or may not know. I shall listen. but that's the only way I know to pay my respects. I was the one who restarted the Voice of Mundane program, my good spy. You alone? First, the Voice of Mundane is exceedingly rare. And after that ordeal, you ultimately took control of 2 of them. Second, my past research has proven that an individual who isn't blood related to the Witch King cannot possibly withstand this type of experimentation. But Ebenholz, huh? But you guys said Ebenholz wasn't related to. So I accidentally guessed that then. Maybe not fully. I mean, blood related doesn't have to be fully. In other words, even after you people tore apart that plan, it was not completely abandoned, merely shelved. In the end, the Voice of Mundane program originates from the worship of the Witch King. But how many are there who, from the depths of their hearts, can truly worship fear itself? They only wanted a weapon to overthrow the twin priestesses, the twin empresses, just as the twin empresses overthrew the Witch King. As for me, after I realized that my brother's incompetence would bring ruin to our entire house, I had no choice but to act. Hence why she killed her brother. Nevertheless, I still never found a way to show my value to those shadowy worshippers. Music, arts, money, authority, even my body. Ooh, goddamn. Nothing worked. Finally, I found those dust-covered plans in a pile of my father's old writings. The reboot of the program brought a fresh breath of opportunity for me. They began to think that I might amount to something. Wiki says Ebenholz is a distant relative, so some minor blood ties? I fucking guessed it. Oh, that's crazy. The only reason I didn't believe that was the case was because you guys told me that wasn't the case. The story did tell you earlier. I definitely didn't piece that together. Not you. It has been about 3-4. No, not you, Baki. You weren't here. You weren't here yet. Yeah, they begin to think she'd amount to something. But what they didn't know was that I've already had enough. I don't want to be at their beck and call anymore. So I set this plan into motion, not for the sake of overthrowing anyone, unfortunately. I just want them to get a taste of what it's like to suffer. FBA. I sucked up to them and invited them to come appreciate the fruits of my research. If you go take a walk around the concert hall now, you might find proof of some things you've long suspected. Everything from the human experimentation facility and the sewers to the dossier on the Voice of Mundane program. Did you deliberately allow me and Ebenholz to find them? Those were only meant for the eyes of you spies. I never expected Graf Urtica to go looking for you people. And you tipped your hand to keep them from discovering what you had really done to the concert hall. Of course, The amplifiers are nothing more than a small distraction. With those amplifiers, all of Afterglow would have been made to suffer. With the amplifiers dismantled, the Afterglow is indeed spared, but the same cannot be said for those inside the concert hall. Actually, that's kind of common sense. Yeah, that's kind of common sense. They're in direct contact with what's going on. The remodeling of the concert hall began after my research into the voice of Mundane had progressed to its next phase. Sherney is trying to use his own composition to draw the voice of Mundane out of the boys. What I'm trying to do is much simpler. The moment they try to pull the voice, they will realize that nothing is in their control. I've tampered with the melody and the resonance of the voice of Mundane. Anyone who tries to become the new vessel, regardless of who it might be, will have to endure turmoil and chaos 100 times greater. The voice, unable to find a suitable vessel, will collapse into an all-consuming void within the concert hall built by the Witch King himself, swallowing everyone within. Of course, I am part of this performance, and I equally have no hope for escape. As for you, my unfortunate spy, if you don't take this chance to escape, then you can only bemoan your ill fortune. My, what a fierce look you have in your eye. Okay, I see it. My, what a fierce look you have in your eyes. I know what you want to do, but my apologies. I can no longer extricate myself from this song. Killing me would be no different from killing the three men on the stage. All it'll do is bring about those deaths a little bit faster. Sherney desperately wants to stop the performance, but he cannot do it. The moment he begins to feel the voice of Mundane, he feels a single strand of abnormality. But in that solitary moment, it's already too late. So he starts to feel what Gertrude is doing. The concert hall begins to absorb and reflect their performance like a massive arch unit. Resonance, true resonance. I immediately realized that Gertrude's alterations were far greater than just some simple amplifiers. That's the boss music, isn't it? The concert hall itself has become a weapon. Why'd you do this, Gertrude? For Sherney, if we continue on like this, don't stop. The voice of Mundane has already destabilized due to the interference of the concert hall. If we stop now, not only will both of you, but everyone in the venue will die along with you when the voice rampages out of control after losing its vessels. But they all know that this piece begins with Ebenhold's voice of Mundane and ends with Crydays. Even if they don't stop, Crydays' voice will be pulled from his body by the piece's conclusion, and the inevitable will still transpire. This is a dead end. So what? There's an my throat hurts, man. There's an atmosphere of uneasiness, and they're holding back on their arts. What in the blazes is going on? That sharp noise is killing me. Excuse me. You're the one from Rhodes Island. Hurry and start evacuating the concert hall, huh? Something bad's about to happen. If we don't hurry, this is going to be a disaster. Is it a product of Gertrude's research? Fascinating. What do you think? Oh, yep. Oh, yep. What do you think about this? Not bad for a minor griffin, as far as I'm concerned. Let's have her pay us a visit afterwards. Indeed. How are you so unsure that they'd use the concert hall today? I'm sorry, how are you so sure that they used the concert hall today? My good spy, you're mistaken about one thing. I can't say for sure what is about to unfold. But I can say for sure, as long as they're still in the concert hall trying to save Friday, then I've won. Friday's disease is my final bargaining chip. If they can somehow resolve that, then I've lost. This is the situation. Then the hell is this? This plan can hardly be called a plan. That's because my plan was a failure from the very beginning. You think I'm sitting here chatting with you because I have an elaborate backup plan? How would this make any sense? If not for Sherney's unwillingness to cooperate with me, if not for the fact that even the insignificant little Graf Erdica insists on rebelling against his trifling, worthless fate, why would I even bet on this method? Sherney will never realize how fortunate he is, that he was born with enough talent to be recognized, and that I was willing to provide him with a stage. All he had to do was be a little nicer to me, and I would have elevated his music to the loftiest of heights. Perhaps even before their majesties, but he refused to even do that. And at Graf Ertigan, he deemed himself a vase sitting on display in his limousine. As if a bit of ridicule and insult is the greatest humiliation one can suffer in life. But look at me, I've endured the manipulation of the puppet masters in this city for 15 years. 15 long years. If I can't produce results, I will be silenced. By what right are they allowed to live while I am not? I don't care about the Witch King. I don't care about the twin empresses. I only ever wanted to survive. From the very beginning. All I want was to live on. After coming to Visum, Ebenhold settled on a few more things he wanted to do. He wanted to spend a bit more time walking around the Afterglow, taking in the sights of the vibrant district. He wanted to perform on a few more instruments for the first time experiencing the charm of music. He wanted to apologize to Sherney, to tell him how much strength his music had brought him. He wanted Sherney to become his formal music teacher, should he be willing. He wanted to spend more time with Cryday. He didn't know what he wanted to do with that time. Maybe chat, maybe argue, maybe even fight. He didn't know what he wanted to do with the time, but he wanted a little bit more of it. But he had never come to this city. But had he never come to this city, had he never accepted Gertrude's invitation, none of this would have ever happened. It is his shallowness that has caused things to deteriorate to this extent. He knows how to break free from this dead end, and he is determined to do it. Frankly, had Sherney not devised a new plan, he might have even wanted to carry out Gertrude's plan. But hypothetically, if the past him wanted to do this, it would have only been to lessen the weight of sin within his heart. Now, however, he will say that it is not for atonement. He shoots a glaze at Sherney and at Cryday. In one, an eminent maestro, the other, his dear new friend. He thinks to himself, they deserve to live much more than he does. Oh no. What he does not realize is that the moment he opened himself up completely to the music, he was no longer able to hide his emotions. Even Holtz, don't do anything stupid. Graf, oh no. He's playing into her hands. Graf Erdica, my dear, you're this piece's beginning. Even if you forcibly reverse this piece and incorporate it into your own mind, how you deal with the dissonance and contradiction. Struggle to your dying breath. One by one, they all want to flee. They all want to flee their fates, but how and why? For 15 years, I've lived in their shadows, but at long last, I've won. I've won. Fate is on my side. This is a typical if evil, why hot, bro. None of you will escape, not a single one. How unsightly. The musicians seem to be fighting against the very music they play. Did Gertrude also arrange this? This, I'm not so sure. Situation seems to have arisen during our performance. Please exit the auditorium. Once again, please exit the auditorium. The MC just asked the audience to leave. Look, shut him up. Indeed. God damn. Okay. Yeah. What are you doing? Just shutting up an infected. Do you have any idea what's going on? All I know is if you don't shut up as well, you're going to end up the same way. Don't do it. Even if I could buy you a little bit of time. Should you ask Friday whether he wants to break free of his own life? His answer would surely be yes. His grandpa told him that his body was extremely special, something he gradually discovered himself. The people around him would start to suffer, and those he treated with kindness would leave him in the end. So he started to distance himself from them. But he doesn't find it a terrible existence. The first thing he learned during his long life of vagrancy was that cursing fate doesn't make life any better. He can only find meaning of his new life from the few things he can do in the moment. And now he realizes that it's his cue. No life is worth more than any other. But he has made friends and received camaraderie. He feels fulfilled. The sunlight shines warmly outside. It's a good day to die. I called that he would be the one to die. I really do think that he's going to do something to try to save Ebenholz, even though Ebenholz is trying to save him. And something is going to happen to Kryde in the struggle. What? The cello? Kryde, what is he doing? Yeah, see? Kryde, not you too. Hershurni, how could the music you poured your life into be trampled like this? Besides, I am the end of this piece. It's only fitting that I do this, right? Do you have any idea what you're doing? Ebenholz, don't stop. Just keep matching my rhythm. But then let's put the finishing touches on our final performance together, alright? No, trust me, Ebenholz. Hershurni, I'll take care of this. I believe in you. The piece has gone back to normal? No, something's wrong. Kryde is... My heir. Something isn't quite right with this infected woman. Look here. Forget it. Why bother with the common infected? The appreciation of music should come first. They don't realize who she is, that she's with Rhodes Island. Listen, everything's gone back to normal now. Seems like whatever happened before was just for some shock value for the show. I assume she wanted to demonstrate the difficulty of controlling the voice of mundane, for the purpose of increasing her own value. You're right. Maybe she's not half bad after all. Not only did she prepare such an interesting technique for us, she even treated us to an elegant piece of music. Yeah, she's cut quite purple. It's exactly as it looks. Juxtaposition. The juxtaposition of light and shadow is vividly reflected in the trio of flute, cello, and piano. Finally, the piece approaches its coda with an ensemble of cello and piano. Listeners strain their ears, expecting to hear the whispers of the cold night, the embrace of darkness, the call of the abyss. But they are greeted only with a long, drawn-out sigh from the void. After what seems like an eternity, applause finally breaks out across the audience that gradually swells with enthusiasm. But before the applause can sweep across the venue, it crashes against the dissonance of horrified screams. Friday, it's over. You've done it. No, there's still something I have to do. Friday, what's happening to you? Your body? I didn't want to be right about this one. Let's go outside. Hershani, please take Hibiscus and evacuate the audience. Have them get as far away as they possibly can. Yeah, because when he disintegrates, pretty much everyone will be in contact with the infection. With Oripathy. Yeah. Friday, your body. I'm sorry, Hershani. Miss Hibiscus. There's so much I want to say to you, but it seems like now isn't the time. Take me there, Ebenholtz, while I still can control myself. The melody in my head is getting louder and louder. Oh! The two melodies are tugging inside my head. Hurry, Ebenholtz, take me outside. Concert Hall is amplifying both melodies at once, and I can't hold on for much longer, I know. Ebenholtz, I'll take care of Friday. But I said I'd take care of Friday. Hibiscus, go with Hershani and evacuate the crowd. Aww. Upon witnessing the metamorphosis taking place on stage, the people in the auditorium begin to flee. Panic screams follow one after another, and Hibiscus and Sherney's shouts can be heard among them. However, to Ebenholtz's ears, everything is blurring into a white noise. His eyes fixate only onto the plaza outside the concert hall. You were planning to do this the entire time, weren't you? Perished the thought. I just did it on a hunch. A hunch? When I said you were being unusually easygoing today, it was all because of a hunch? No. I truly am glad that I got to perform with you and Hershani. This is the happiest I've been my entire life. Yeah, him saying that at the beginning is like, it was really a telling form of a red flag. Like we knew immediately when he started saying stuff like that at the end. Why'd you go and pull a stunt like this? There's still so many happy things waiting for you. But if I didn't, then either you or Hershani would have done it, right? So that means it somehow falls upon you. You never had a single good day in your entire life, whereas I'm the one who's had enough living since a long time ago. It should have been me. Sorry, Ebenholtz. Why are you apologizing? What do you have to be sorry for? The way I look now must be truly hideous. I've torn up the clothes you had made for me, haven't I? Those nice, expensive clothes. Don't worry about that. I'll buy as many suits as you want. Sorry. You liar. I'm furious with you now, Friday. I'm really, really mad. Friday is too weak to lift his head, and he can hear Ebenholtz sobbing. He truly changed Ebenholtz. The trajectory of his personality and who he is drastically different from the very beginning. What's going on? What the hell just happened? No idea, but Hershani set the concerts on hold, and a Hibiscus girl is desperately urging us to evacuate. It'll be fine though. Nothing's going to happen to us. But the sky suddenly went dark. Do you think some sort of disaster might actually be coming? And think about what the prophecy said. Fade's finale ensemble. Don't worry, it'll be fine. That prophecy is also called Hibiscus a fiend. It's starting to rain. See? There's nothing to be scared of, just a little bit of rain. We're here. Feel any better? I don't think so. I only managed to forcibly suppress that sensation. What do I need to do now? Hurry up and tell me. I want to ask you a few questions. Go ahead. Ask me anything you want. Ebenholtz, do you think that your fate is tragic? Is my fate tragic? I used to think so, but after I met you, I realized that the past me was just crying bloody murder over nothing. That's not your fault. They shackled you, stole your freedom, blindfolded your eyes, and plugged your ears. That's not your fault. Then, do you think my fate is tragic? The first time I heard your story, it really did come as a huge shock to me. But I've gradually learned that your life is not tragic. In fact, it seems very fulfilling. That's great to hear. Friday, I can't hold back any longer. But let me finish, Ebenholtz. Voice of Mundane's completed melody swirls around in my head, and the Witch King's residual power hurls from within me. Cruel thoughts are tearing at my chest, forcing me to bow down to fate. They're forcing me to say that our stories are painful. Our reunion was a misfortune, and that our fates are tragic. But, Ebenholtz, I will rebuke them. Do you understand, Ebenholtz? I won't deny that the voice of Mundane has cursed us untold suffering. I won't deny that your life as a graph filled with humiliation and scorn was a misfortune. But I won't deny that my experience living an unstable life of wandering has been tragic. Jeez, I'm trying to hold it in because it's actually like piercing me a little bit. Like I feel bad, like really bad. I will always deny the suggestion that my life is defined by those words. My grandpa carried a burden like me around for over 10 years. During those years, I lived in abject poverty, denied a relationship with anyone but grandpa. Oh! But as long as I give kindness to others, I can feel their kindness in return. I even met a teacher who was willing to teach me how to play the cello. Most importantly, after more than 10 years, I met you again. Ebenholtz. Don't ever forget, we are both subjects of that cruel, inhumane experiment, and we survived. When we feel like cursing our own fates, we cannot afford to forget that. We even met each other again and became friends again, and delivered a perfect performance on the stage together. Are we not lucky? We've already been blessed. Actually, is there anyone out there luckier than us? No, and there never will be. I understand. I get it. No, you still don't get it. Friday's voice is already laced with a deep rumbling, the growl of a monster. But to Ebenholtz, even those words are gentle. Like words of advice from an older brother and his younger sibling before a long trip. If you really get it, please don't weep for me, Ebenholtz, my dearest brother. We're supposed to die together here. We're supposed to die together here, to bury everyone in the concert hall along with us. But we fought it. To others, this resistance might seem insignificant, but it was a chance for us to give everything for each other. This was a sacrifice that both of us were willing to make. It just happened to be me who did it in the end, that's all. What a wonderful opportunity to give everything for each other, asking nothing in return. We walk a path of rebellion against fate, just like our Shurney did when he poured his life into composing this piece for us. So stand up and hold your head high, Ebenholtz. There's still one last thing for you to do, and that is use everything you have to defeat me. To keep me from destroying everything here. Do you understand? I do. I really like that look in your eyes. Friday unsteadily shambles to the center of the plaza. With each step he takes, originium crystals erupt from his body, his flesh and blood beginning to churn. A strange melody lingers over the plaza. Crystals rapidly envelop Friday's body, transforming into armor transforming into instruments. Oh God. In a heartbeat, the being once known as Kryde is swallowed up, and in his place stands a monstrosity. Anyone who sees this monster has 3 words flashed into his mind. The Witch King. We stand at a critical juncture. My exalted Damen und Herren. Damen und Herren. My dear infected brothers and sisters. And to you, Ebenholz. Hearken. Listen well to my final piece. Castigate me. Lament for me. Cry for me. Sing for me. Because today I shall die, and you will be reborn. All right. What should I use for this?
Hey everybody! Let's try to stay alive. Yep, another beautiful day.
I wonder who their target will be.
I'm listening. Don't ever sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Relax,
So right
Volcano.
here.
We're just here to collect a few precious samples. Please don't get mad.
No problem. Now we'll see them.
What?
I know what. I will sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Ain't no way. You.
Stop struggling. You always liked it when I had to carry you during a retreat, didn't you?
One freaking second. 1 second, dude.
It's time to go. I can't keep hesitating like this.
Yeah, I already saw some enemies spawning over here, so.
I'm listening.
They take more damage. Okay, so we want them in here.
I know what to do. Better watch your step.
Illusion and intimidation are my tactics too.
Enemy engaged. Let's end this quickly.
Come on. Okay, okay.
Signal stable. Ready for action.
Roar. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Pass on your last words? No. Moving to designated location.
Please, trust in me.
Switching forms.
Damn, I just messed up.
I know what better match your step.
I've got an idea. I've swallowed up the sun.
Flesh and bone bear weeds, mounds and ruins
saved that.
bloom fields.
Communications.
It'll
Linked.
be okay.
Your orders, Doctor. Communication. My talons shall be my stethoscope.
Who knows? I might sneak off somewhere. Where do you wish to go? I am Dublin.
Don't keep me can't hide your fear.
Deployment optimized. Ready to go. Switching forms.
You can do it! An improv from us.
But you saw nothing. Need speed to succeed.
Roger that.
I know what nothing can mask the scent of despair. What would you...
Ecstasy has looked into my eyes.
Relax. There. I've swallowed up the sun.
Yeah, I'm good. When are they gonna spawn? And where are they gonna spawn? I probably shouldn't have used these freaking busted ass units here.
Don't better watch your step.
Where do you wish to stand to firelight?
Deployment op. This may stimulate. Just bear with it.
Roger that. Step right up. Plenty of surprises for everyone.
Sow the mountains when summer leaves a white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
Switching forms.
I know what nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Relax. What? You think you're a better robber than me?
What would you...
Liberty and sunlight all around us.
You can't hide your fear. Roger that. I'm prepared. I am Dublin. Understood. Who's gonna hit the jackpot today?
Mission accomplished.
That's a little too easy.
Work's over. Time for a drink. Where's Texas?
You guys said I skipped after? Yeah, I did. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That is something I've considered. I drop all the slugs with the sound of my cello and then burn myself to ashes. But now you're here, I probably won't have the chance to do that anymore. Why? Ever since I was little, I knew there was something wrong with me. Missing context. The infected who spent a lot of time around me, their sickness kept getting worse and worse. My grandpa and I was chased out of our home. We started wandering between villages. I always thought it wasn't all infected people. That as long as they didn't spend too much time around me, they'd be fine. But my grandpa's condition finally started to deteriorate, and that shattered my first illusion. After that, Hibiscus told us that about the phenomenon of false recovery. I already caused such serious damage in a short time that I came to the afterglow. If me, living beings' calamity to others, then I would rather die. It's not your fault. How is it not my fault? Do you know about the voice of Mundane? Now that you mention it, I'm finally starting to remember about the voice of Mundane. Those who died in the experiment, the Witch King's remains, and you. I remember it all now. That's why none of this is your fault. Witch King and his remains are to blame, as well as Gertrude, but you're innocent. Thank you for reminding me that this isn't something I was born with. It was the foul product of an experiment. I couldn't remember either until I heard the sound of your cello. So I should be thanking you. But what? The situation has already spiraled out of control. I can't even mitigate the harm I cause anymore. If the Graffin's words are true, then my days are numbered. I might as well do something here. No. Why would I get myself tricked by Gertrude? Voices of Mundane can be swapped out. But mine is already corrupted. Even if I were to transfer it to yours, you won't know till we try. If you're already prepared to die, then what are you still scared of? I don't want to hurt you. Yeah, there was missing context here. You can worry about that if something bad actually happens to me. Until then, let's make a wager. Fine. Can you normally feel the melody of the voice of Mundane? Whether I'm performing or casting arts, I can always vaguely feel the presence of the voice. I know this shrill melody well by now, even though it's not all mine. I know, mine isn't shrill. If anything, it's gentle. Rather, I should say that it's so harmonious, almost to the point of being an empty void. Let's try our best to match the melodies we've experienced and put them together. Put them together, but we don't even have an audience. No, look at that audience all around us, the Iridium Slugs. Playing to the Iridium Slugs the melodies that the old bastard left behind is quite fitting, if you ask me. Humane, even. As soon as the sounds of the flute and cello intermingle, both men immediately... Sorry, I'm a little tired now. I'm not gonna hold you. As soon as the sounds of the flute and cello intermingle, both men immediately recognize the problem. There's hardly any consonance between their two melodies. The flute's voice is urgent, manic, and harsh. It speeds up and slows down, as if filled with the urge to drag everything before it into the abyss. The cello's voice is languid, melodic and hollow, but its rhythm remains constant, akin to a land down to nothingness by catastrophe. But the two brace themselves and persevere, continuing their duet that is not a duet. The slugs surge forward like a tide. Underneath the noxious sky, the two men, whose lives have been twisted by their voices of mundane, continue to discordant duet, reading the score of a melody that they never knew existed in their minds, playing before an audience of Originium slugs. The more Ebenholz follows this train of thought, the more he feels himself approaching the coda of the voice of mundane's melody. He puts more force behind his breaths, while the sounds of Cryda's cello grow heavier and hollower. Ebenholz lowers his head to look towards Cryda. Cryda's head is already beginning to drop. His hand continues borrowing. The cello's sound becomes dimmer and dimmer, getting closer and closer to nothingness. Suddenly, in this moment, Ebenholz seems to realize something. He uses the remaining straight to blow one final sfrando. Cryda also seems to be struggling laboriously, sawing at the thickest string on the instrument. Their music spreads like an alarm bell. The slugs that had been frantically rushing towards the pair of musicians suddenly retreat just as quickly, as if they'd just seen a predator. Cryda, are you still with me? Oh. Cryda, are you still awake? Draws heavy breaths. I'm awake. How's that? Can you still hear the melody of your voice of mundane? To be honest, it seems even clearer now. Sorry I acted without thinking. But on the bright side, we managed to drive away the Originium slugs. Hold on. Cryda, what's wrong? The new suit you bought for me. Oh god, oh good, it hasn't been soiled. Probably doesn't smell too good though, right? True enough. It's fine. I bet you can't imagine how much I reek right now. Speaking of which, this wouldn't be the first time I've gotten myself into this mess. That time the fire broke out, not far from the Spire of Urtica. Instead of going to put out that fire, the Spire's attendants all rushed over to make sure I couldn't go anywhere. They're afraid you'd run away, afraid that I run away, afraid that I go into hiding, afraid that I die in that sea of fire. They worried about you dying? Nearly all the windows in the spire had arts-enhanced bars and locks, just in case I tried to jump out. That's kind of dark. I was a prized figurehead. If I went off and died, they wouldn't have been able to endure the consequences. In the end, the flames never reached the spire, but I did get marinated in the smell of smoke. I wore that smoke-soaked coat for a good half month, and didn't take it off until the weather. Oh my god, my throat is flamed. That brings back old memories as well. After my grandpa and I were run out of our old home, we started to wander between some of the more affluent villages. Most people were pretty friendly to us as long as we hid the fact that we were infected. I read the novels that during the harvest season, friendly villagers would prepare bratwurst and beer for the day workers at night. So that they could eat and drink to their heart's content. The friendly villagers threw some spare change at us and shoot us out of the village before nightfall in fear that we'd steal things. The not so friendly villagers prepared some rock hard Schwarzbrot and pointed weapons at us intended to make us fall in line. One time, I was helping a villager out with some farm work. It was really hot that day. And I was dripping with sweat, so I wanted to loosen my clothes while nobody was around. Right before I was about to take off my shirt, I heard a commotion not far away. Grandpa rushed over and told me to run, saying that one of the workers rolled up his sleeves thinking nobody was watching, accidentally revealing the iridium crystals on his arm. The villagers immediately threw him into an abandoned cellar and locked him up, and then set out to check everyone else one by one. If not for Grandpa, I might have also died in that cellar. Died? They actually killed the infected? They didn't need to, nor they dare. All they had to do was wait for them to starve, crystallize, and explode. Hasn't there been a long-standing law to treat the infected with dignity? I never knew about a decree like that until I first set foot in a nomadic city. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. You have nothing to apologize for. You were also deceived by the graphic. No, what I mean is, if I had been a little braver back then, if I had spoken up back then, maybe you wouldn't have had to. Sorry. Really, you don't have to apologize. You don't have anything to apologize for. Just as you said, the voice of Mundane was made by man. The blame falls on those who sought to use the voice of Mundane, not on you. I protected you in the manner I could, just like you trying to protect me now. You're right. Thank you, Cryday. Let's go find Hibiscus and her Sherney. They don't know what to do, I'm sure of it. And then we'll have the voice of Mundane removed from you. You can thank me properly after that. Let's go. He fell over. Criday's condition is more or less stable. The reason he passed out is most likely due to the poison. We've rescued a number of poisoned patients whose signs and symptoms largely match Criday's. But on the subject of Criday's future, the Countless probably didn't lie. Overall, his condition is on the edge of critical. So you'll help us, won't you? I want to trust the two of you, I really do. But I need proof. Even if it's circumstantial evidence, I need some objective facts to show the voice of Mundane isn't a baseless speculation, but part of an imminent plot. Sir, where have you been? We've been looking all over for you. He just showed up, and I was wondering what happened there, because he just showed up and started giving us information. Lies, speculation. Can you be 100% sure that what you say is true? What you said to Cryday, you know that he almost died along with those Iridium slugs because of your words? Ebenholz, is that true? Had Ebenholz not found him first, you would have never seen him again. I'm telling you, the voice of Mundane is real. I swear it on my life. What do you mean? I don't have time to explain it to you right now. I have work to do. But I need to. You're among the most stubborn folk I've ever met. Go to the lounge of the concert hall. You'll understand everything. Right, the concert hall. Gertrude said she did something to Afterglow Hall to make it match with the arts during the duet. Alright, let's go then. There's also Sherney. Make sure you bring him as well, in case neither of you can convince the other. I have to go now. Ebenholz, Hibiscus trade glances. They're both suspicious, but they're running out of time. Okay, that wasn't that long, but okay. Stupid, foolish boy, you didn't have to do this. Why'd you go as far for a world that owes you so much? Sir, you must leave now. Iridium activity is rising rapidly in this area. I want to see my grandson one last time. Only a little further, Hibiscus. Distract him. Cryday, Grandpa's here. Cryday, my boy. Vent whatever anger you have on me. Come to me before you do any more harm. I've deceived you for so many years. I thought about dying for your sake, but I never thought you would come to end like this. If your choice is to let the others live, why not let me come with you in my last days? Let me join you on your final journey, my boy. The crystalline monster no longer understands the old man's words. A flash of lucidity, lucidity was a fleeting miracle. All the monster can think about now is dragging everything around it into emptiness, dancing to his cello's tune. The monster follows the sound, playing a song of death. Sir? Young lady, why do you... I'll hold down the fort here. Ebenholz, now. How? Friendship, dedication, sacrifice? Such childish ideals should have been shattered upon contact with reality. How? How? It's not over yet. Friday may have forcibly assimilated 2 verses of the voice of mundane, but he could not overcome the disorder and madness of their amalgamation. Yeah, amalgamation. Friday's melody has faded, but Ebenholz's voice lingers. Yep. Enough, Grafenstrollo. Gertrude's limp hands drops from the strings. Beegler withdraws his dagger from Gertrude's back. The blood stains his clothes red. The Originium outer shell cracks and falls apart. The plaza falls silent. The only sound being inert pieces of the Originium shell falling to the ground. Finally, the shell shatters completely, leaving behind Friday laying on the ground with his cello. Wait for me. Wait for me. No, it's dangerous. We should call it infective palliative services. I can't say it. What are you saying? Friday won't die. Oh my god, I am losing my speech. I was doing good this entire stream, and I'm losing my speech. You're awake, Friday. See, he'll be fine. Ebenholz. I'm here. It's me. Don't bother. I takes a deep breath. I feel so light. It hurts so much, but I feel better now. Yes, you'll get better. Yes? Listen carefully, Ebenholz. This is the last time I'll be able to talk to you. Remember my words. Live on, Ebenholz. And walk through the long night. Fight injustice and treat others with generosity and charity. Only by doing so will I live on in your memory. I'll ask you, how did your day go, Ebenholz? And you'll tell me proudly that you had a good and productive day. You'll tell me about the challenges you face while doing good, and complain about how fate is a misser. And it'll be okay because I'll be listening. It's alright to complain a little when you've worked so hard. Only by doing so will you rise above the pain and suffering and find peace in your heart. Remember that we fought together against cruel fate, and won. When you think of me, laugh, don't cry. Yes, yes. And Ebenholz, I'm sorry. I haven't thought about what token to give you. It's fine, just don't die, please. Friday. They'll find themselves shattered someday, but that day is not today. Friendship, dedication, sacrifice. They may be naive, but someone will shed a tear for them. What about you, though, Grafenstrollo? You destroyed your friendship with Sherney by your own hands. You killed your own brother and laughed at his incompetence. You want others to sacrifice for you, but what have you done for them? Gertrude lies limp on the ground, with only her lips moving slightly. My curse be upon you. Beegler reads Gertrude's lips. May you die in a dark ditch. May the madness of Ebenholz's bloodline haunt him forever. May the afterglow fall into ruin. May Lithinian ever tremble in the shadow of the Witch King. May the Witch King never know the peace of death. Pathetic. Maybe I acted out of impulse, but Dealing with threats to public safety is also part of my job. I'll be sure to mention you in my report, Graffin Strollo. Good night. I hope your dreams don't involve cursing anybody. Yeah, just let her suffer there. Your hand's bleeding. Did you get scratched by the iridium crystals? Yeah. There's a bit of blood. You need treatment immediately. Treatment? It's Friday who needs treatment. Even Holtz, he's... Don't say it. I beg you. Alright. He's infected. Even Holtz. If you don't want palliative services to get involved, at least find a room that's isolated for his own sake. I know. The lounge at the concert hall. Alright, I'll take him there. Come, Cryday, I'll carry you. Ebenholz lifts Cryday up. The iridium crystals inflict more wounds on him, but he pays them no heed. He carries his friend, even as he feels his body cooling, as though embracing a short but sweet dream. We're almost there, Cryday. Just a little longer. Thank you. You're still alive. I'll take you to Hibiscus. Lay me to rest in this building. If you return to the Afterglow someday, you'll remember that you once had a good friend with whom you laughed and argued. The question mark has me questioning what's going on. And at last, put on a duet to remember. No, you're not Cryday. This is what you wanted. Shut your mouth. I won't allow you to defile his memory. Oh, it's the voice. It's the voice of Mundane. Cryday gave his life to cleanse the voice of Mundane, but it's still in my head. I warn you, don't think I'll hesitate to blow my own head off if you dare intimidate him one more time. My foolish bloodline. Even Holtz no longer hears the voice. He walks towards the lounge in the Afterglow hall. Crydays' body is growing heavier in his arms with each step. We're here. I'll seal the room. Lie down on the sofa. It's soft. You'll feel nice. You never slept on one at home. Looks like I've been infected. Arsat took so much effort, now feels so simple. Maybe getting infected isn't so bad after all. That I should do it. I'll seal the door from the outside. Anything else? A token. Token, yes. I'll take the cello. Look at me. Taking back something I bought for you? Ebenholz trembled. He stands wordless for a moment before laying his flute at Cryday's side. You said you wanted a coin with a hole in it? The only thing I have left is this flute. I'm sorry. So sorry. Of course, this was a sad story. I just didn't know how it was going to turn out sad until they became friends.
I was debating if I was gonna unmute all of a sudden and make the snake meme, like snake, 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 but I decided against it.
I'm glad you didn't, because you would have ruined it. I hate you, because now I'm thinking about that. Is that all there is? I'm not hiding even a shred of truth from you. By the way this was handled was quite the surprise. How should we proceed now? How should we proceed? We don't. We never had anything to do with you to begin with. All we were doing now was making adjustments to how the territory in question will be handled. How does that have anything to do with you? You're right about that, but with how things turned out, those infected will get to stay on that city plate. It'll be difficult to keep them from gossiping about this. And who would believe the infected nonsense? Then what should we do next? There's no rush. We still have lots to do. That's all I have to report this incident. Thank you. Oh my God. Have you located the piece that this Sherney man wrote down during the incident? The Empress's voice is ready to transcribe it at any moment and can personally play it for you in a few hours. No need. I can listen to the recording. Not bad. I can even hear him crying from the bottom of his heart as he wrote this piece. He's a talented man. Too bad he's not quite talented enough. So how did it go? Not bad, it didn't get worse. And Dante said the infection deterioration caused by the incident was unusual. Most infections went into continuous stable phase, and I'm no exception. It's not going to get any worse again like before, right? Dante said they looked into the phenomenon pretty thoroughly. Apparently, nearly all Iridium that got activated during the incident has gone into extended low activity state. In other words, I get to hang around a little longer. Thank goodness. Right, does Andante know what the Herzog is going to do with the afterglow? Hold on, guys, I gotta use the bathroom. All this water. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Well, this is just what she said she heard. But apparently the Empress's voice has requested that the Herzog never not lay a finger on the afterglow. Oh, thank heavens. And thank their majesty's kindness. Keep it down. What should we do from here on out? Oh, shut up. You don't think things have gotten out of hand enough as it is? What to do from here on out? Live one day at a time, that's what. I want to live more than one day, though. Then, you should really keep your mouth shut. Hibiscus, I finally get it now. There are some things that you're better off not knowing anything about. I guess I'll apply to be transferred somewhere else as soon as I'm done with the follow-up work here. Maybe I'll go to the landship. That sounds nice. Don't move. Took a lot of effort just to find you. Do you have anything to say? It was your men who tricked Kryde into coming to Visum, right? Everything you said was the truth, except for the bit about payment. You knew he was in a hurry to make money for my treatment, and you lured him into this mess with that. But you had nothing against each other. Why'd you do it? If I told you, I'd have to kill you. I don't have much longer to live to begin with. Alright then, seeing as we're old colleagues, I'll tell you. Raffenstrollo was already looking for Kryde. She was very close to finding him. So what? Kryde was always there by my side, and that practically meant you had full control of him. You read her research notes. You know full well just how terrifying her work on the Voice of Mundane was. Till I got my hands on her notes, all I knew was that she put a lot of time into researching this subject, but I never knew the true extent of her research. If we let her continue working, she might have just been able to do something even more appalling with the Voice of Mundane. Say, triggering and inducing resonance at much greater ranges. You could have woken up in the morning and found your grandson transformed into a monster. Would you have wanted that, rather than letting things come to that? It was much better to bring Kryde right to her. Put the rush on her, and let her put her plan in motion before she could work out the kinks. So, any more questions? What would you have done if Ebenholz hadn't found the amplifiers in the Afterglow Hall? What do you think? However the Afterglow turned out, that's how it would have turned out myself. No further questions. Come with me then. You're not going to kill me? I've got no reason to kill you. It would have gotten me yet another thing to weigh out my conscience. Come, let's head to my shop for a cup of coffee. We'll talk about these stupid honorable young men. Must I? What do you think? Lava? Why'd you put yourself like that? If anything happened to you, I'd never ever forgive you. Huh? Talk about what happened in Visum, right? Look, I'm all fine. And who was it who had a standoff with an angry mob? Who didn't evacuate, even knowing she'd be infected by the Voice of Mundane? Who fought those people even though she barely learned any arts? I don't remember telling you any of this. I already talked to Mr. Sherney. He told me everything. If you wanted to know all the whys and wherefores, why didn't you come talk to me directly? I actually visited Mr. Sherney to ask him about my piano teacher in Lithuanian, Mr. Joanne. It was only after we kept talking that I found out you almost. I'm warning you, if something like this happens again, don't you dare push yourself like that. You hear me? Alright, don't cry anymore. See, I'm alright. But your infection, yes, it's got rather severe thanks to the Voice of Mundane, but it's under control now, so... No, that's not enough. You're always on my case about my health, but you don't care about what happens to you at all. If I lost you, yeah, see, I really didn't piece together that they were related until you guys told me. Lava, I promise you I'll look out for myself more, okay? Really? Really? Don't you dare lie to me. Why would I? The doctor gave me a quite long holiday, you know. I'm going to spend this time well and get some quality rest in. Alright now, how about you asked about Alright now, you said you asked him about Mr. Joanne. How is he? Trini said he saw Mr. Joanne at a gathering a year ago. Said he was fine and well. Speaking of, you went all the way to Lithuanian yourself. Even got a flute for your wand. Did you learn how to play while you were there? You mean this? The most I'm doing with it is treating it as a wand. I don't know how to play. Really? Of course, really. You're just being shy, aren't you? Why would I be shy about this? I don't believe you. Play something. Alright, well, here goes. That's the worst sound I've heard in my life. She ran out of the room. Thanks for your concern, Doctor. I'm feeling very well. And I must thank you again for the protection you are offering the Afterglow. If you and Rhodes Island hadn't intervened, the Empress's voice would never have lifted a finger for my home. It's exactly as you said. I'm starting to appreciate that more and more. I suppose there must be a reason that you're summoning me here. You asked to be deployed to the front lines, and I have to confirm your intentions. I've already written my thoughts on in full on the report. Your condition's stable, but your infection's serious. Anything can happen in battle. I'm prepared. Truth be told, Doctor, when Hibiscus helped me up and walked me to the concert hall, I was already prepared to die. Even though so much has happened, things turned out nothing like I had imagined. I lived. It really feels quite peculiar, and I cannot describe it very well, whether through words or music. I'm really struggling with my throat now. I'm not expecting to find how to express this feeling on the battlefield, but I'm thinking that it might prove beneficial if I try to fight for the infected in an entirely different way. I understand how you feel, but do wait for your evaluation results. I understand. Speaking of which, is Ebenholz here too? Why do you ask? I haven't seen him at all since the day after we arrived at Rhodes Island. Something I can't help but think of that black-clad Graf Urtica might have actually died. He's alive and well. Give him some time. You're right. Well then, I'll take my leave now, Doctor. Speaking of Ebenholz, it happens the next thing on my agenda that has to do with him. You want to see him? Never mind. I don't care to claim I know how much this incident has affected him. I can only imagine. If there comes a day he's willing to see me or Hibiscus, we'll talk then. Goodbye, Doctor. I look forward to the music you'll write off the battlefield. It'll be no less impressive than your last work. Doctor, I'm surprised you found me here. Some nice fresh air with all the wind here helps de-stress. I don't need de-stressing. I digress. I'm a messenger today. Here's a letter for you. A letter? Where's it from? Lithuanian. I have an idea what it is. Hand it over. Need me to stay or open it with you? One of my many services. You're a funny one. I get that a lot. I really can't imagine you in a fight. Are you always this lighthearted when you're out commanding battles? Always how you act when you're embarrassed? I'm going then. Enjoy your alone time. That goes without saying. This is the passport of a Lithuanian citizen, Ebenholz. Friday and Graf Urtica's death certificates. And there's more. A letter. Dear Mr. Ebenholz, congratulations on the freedom that you've been longing for. I'm writing this letter to inform you that our common enemy, Graf Urtica, has passed away. I'd like to extend my sincerest apologies to you in regard to the troubles he and his friends have brought about. It is my hope that this letter, the following close, may reach you as a consolation. Please ensure that the death of Graf Urtica remains a cold hard fact. Otherwise, our joint effort will eventually go down the drain. Got him a new passport. It was what's his name? Brigade, something like that. Gator. Just in my impression of her. Rhodes Island operator Ebenholz pressed the tip of the wand to the letter and set it ablaze. Not long after, the flames reached the passport and the Count of Urtica's death certificate, and then cried Fridays. Smell of burning paper spreads across the deck. Ebenholz picks up the cello next to him. He thinks back to how his dear friend played the cello, closes his eyes, and begins to play a simple, lively melody. When the twin empresses first took control, countless pieces of music singing their praises sprout up all over Lithinian. This, too, is one of those pieces. Today, the second half of the song has long been forgotten. The first half still sung by a small number of people. Thanks to his uplifting melody and the lyrics openly expressed in the singer's cheerful mood, the sunset is glaring bright. The sky is blue and fine. The breeze lifts by in song. The river murmurs clear. My heart is filled with hope. That was sad.
There is no avoiding pain if we are to end the vicious cycle that is hatred. Nevertheless, I believe there will come a day when I can set down this blade. Doctor, until that day comes, I'll protect you at all costs. I only hope that it won't be you who gets hurt.
Oh, it was because I changed mics for Baki. Baki, I'm leaving the chat. Thank you for your help, bro. I appreciate you. My voice hurts, guys. I was gonna try and play the event. Nah, I don't got it in me. I don't got it in me. That was a beautiful, beautiful freaking chapter. Like, the events of Cry Day completely changed the trajectory of Ebenholz's character, how he views things. He's just a completely different person after meeting Cry Day. The trailer for the next event. Guys. Next, we're doing the longer story. Are you ready?
Ihr habt alle den Lehrplan erhalten. Sehr gut. Falls ihr es noch nicht wisst, in diesem Fach studieren wir die Originium-Künste. Gleich nähern wir uns dem aktionsreichen Teil. Doch vorher gehen wir noch einmal durch, was wir über die leitanischen Schulen der Kunststudien wissen. Die Schule der Beschwörung, die älteste Form aller Künste. Sie wird meist verwendet, um ein Objekt in Form und Struktur zu verändern oder es schweben zu lassen. Diese Schule ist weit verbreitet in unserer Gesellschaft. Das beweist, dass wir Menschen von Natur aus gerne mit etwas experimentieren. Oder mit jemandem. Habt ihr jemals einen guten DIY-Beast-Braten in eurem Schlafsaal gegessen? Dann konntet ihr die große historische Bedeutung der Schule der Hervorrufung ja schon selbst erleben. Dank Pyro- und Aerokünsten konnten unsere Ahnen endlich ihre Zeit für wichtigere Dinge nutzen, statt die ganze Nacht auf einen brennenden Stock zu starren. Dies führte zur Entdeckung der Geheimnisse von Elektro- und Kryokunst. Dadurch konnten ihre Nachkommen dann die ganze Nacht auf ihre Fernsehgeräte und Kaltgetränke starren. Die Schule der Umwandlung entsprang der jahrhundertelangen Besessenheit von Platoristen und Alchemisten. Leider gibt es auch heute noch keine unverwundbaren Städte oder aus dem Nichts erschaffenes Gold. Trotzdem geben uns diese Künste der Transmutation einige recht nützliche Dinge wie die Originiumöfen, Minenkolosse, Kohlesteine, Gelwürfel, Taschentücher und Plastiktüten. Diese feinen Demonstrationen stammen von Herrn von Moosebeast, einem Mitglied unserer Fakultät. Sie zeigen, wie die Schule der Verbesserung das Potenzial des Lebens durch die Künste der Augmentation maximieren will. Wie der Name vermuten lässt, geht es um die Veränderung der Biologie von Kreaturen. Ihr Zweig, die Schule der Wiederherstellung, hat ebenso eine lange Tradition in den Künsten der Restauration. Hierbei ist vor allem biologische Expertise vonnöten, um diese Künste hilfreich anwenden zu können. Schenkt den Menschen in eurem Behandlungsraum also etwas mehr Aufmerksamkeit und Respekt. Niemand will kleine Köpfe auf seinen Fingerspitzen wachsen sehen. Ihr wollt lieber tanzende Schnecken trainieren, mit Grammophonen plaudern oder mit unseren an den Wänden hängenden ehemaligen Rektoren mitschwingen? Dann sei euch die Schule der Wahrsagung empfohlen. Aber nur, wenn ihr Noten und Punkten gegenüber nicht zu sensibel seid. Denn die Künste der Divination zu meistern ist eine wahre Herausforderung. Da liegt ihr nicht falsch, aber es ist trotzdem eine wertvolle Herausforderung. Ich hoffe, wir bekommen dieses Mal genug Studenten für ein Seminar in diesem Fach zusammen. Und damit ist die Wiederholung abgeschlossen. Jetzt ist es Zeit für den aktionsreichen Part. Haltet euch gut an euren Einheiten fest. Gleich geht es los.
I'm gonna have to watch that again when we get to actually. Oh, it's this chapter. It's this chapter. She is so beautiful, man. God, that got me. I can't wait to figure out her motives and stuff, man. What makes her the nut job that I think she is? There's a manga also. I'll probably check on that. Okay. I'm gonna have to save the rest of these for later because I'm dying. So we'll watch all of these in the next stream. The next time we do a story stream will be shortly after. Huh? No, it's the final stream for this last chapter. Like we're gonna do the book or the manga, and we're going to do all of these, all the story for this. It's just the final stream for this story. Oh, shut up, Comey. Yeah, so shortly after the launch of Arknights Infield, we'll get through the story of Arknights Infield, then we'll come back to this, and that'll be our flow now from moving forward. It'll be Arknights Infield story for Arknights, Arknights Infield story for Arknights. So we're gonna just keep this as a constant flow throughout the entire stream. I'm going to take me a nap. My throat, it hurts. That was 4 hours and 30 minutes of damn near nonstop reading. Yeah. Last thoughts on the story before I go. It was tragic. It's a straight up tragedy story. Like Hibiscus goes on this quest to figure out what's going on, why people are not exhibiting the symptoms of erypathy and are suddenly feeling better, right? So she goes to help out, and along the way, we're introduced to two characters, Kryday and Ebenholz. I guess you could say three characters because Sherney is just as important. Kryday and Ebenholz meet completely by chance. Something attracts them to each other, not in the way that you think, but something attracts them to each other, and it happens to be the very thing that is causing everyone to feel better. It's the voice of mundane. It's making everyone in their surrounding areas feel better, um, despite having erypathy. And throughout the entire story, you see these two characters, Kryday and Ebenhold, build a friendship, and they're growing closer and closer through music and their time together. All for that to be stripped away from them because of this voice of mundane that happens to be affecting both of them. And the only way to save everybody was for Kryday to sacrifice himself so that people aren't affected by the voice of mundane anymore. Of course, that's the short version, but in the end, Kryday and Ebenholz are forced to lose that time they thought they had as friends. They were growing really close. You could see it through the actions of Ebenholz. His actions were vastly different from when you started, and he was a little bit more, noble-esque. Noble-esque. Like he was acting like a noble. And he started acting like a normal civilian, normal person as he grew closer to Kryday. It's a beautiful story. The way they went into it too, the way they executed on the whole thing, the plot in which Gertrude is forcing them to remain by each other's side and continue allowing the voice of Mundane to affect the people around him in hopes to weaponize the voice of Mundane as a way to get revenge against the nobles that have been taking her life away from her. Yeah. It was a good story. Very dark. It had that spice to it. How would I rate it? I haven't been doing number ratings, but if I was to rate this one, if I compare um Babel was like a high 5 for me. Same thing for I was just about to say Lingering Echoes. Holy shit. Um Name of it leaves me. No, a 5 out of 5, dummy. 5 out of 5. Dark Knights is although it's my favorite story, I would say this one's about a 4. I'd give this a 4 as well. I liked it. Lone Trail? No, I was trying to remember Dark Knights. I'm really gone right now. Lone Trail? 5 is the highest, guys. There's no 10. There's no 10. 5 is the highest. I hate you guys. I'm gonna go. I really enjoyed the story. It was great. I think I'm gonna have to read. I'm finally at the point where I can read more about Arturia, but as the standalone story, Lingering Echoes is probably it's fantastic. It's a fantastic story. 4 out of 5, easy. I'm putting it right in the same place as Dark Knights. All right, guys, and if you wanted Lone Trail as well, Lone Trail, that one is probably a little bit higher than the two. I'm gonna say that one was like a 4.5. That one actually that one opened me up a lot more to what's going on in Arknights as a whole story. So yeah. All right. Love you guys. You all have a wonderful day. I am going to take me a nice little nap. And then I'm gonna go eat something. And then I'm gonna nah, I'ma just nap. Love you guys. Read.